one of the greatest members of Parliament, so I know find a way questions to the information. Really to have your also for us as a committee, the transition to moving back meeting by the try and physical meeting. Considering that where we are as a country coming out of COVID. Perhaps I'd allow for members to introduce themselves first, and then we will move to yourselves as the institution, together with the leadership of students, the SRC, and workers, to also introduce, and colleagues, of course, from the institutional forum. So let me start with honorable members, maybe Honorable Sibia, and then Honorable Mananiso, Boshoff, and then King, and then I'll move on to the virtual platform.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Morning to everyone. I'm Duduzi Lesibia, member of this committee from KZN. Thank you. African National Congress.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Honorable Jane Mananiso, ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and visitors from the University of Pretoria. I'm Wynand Boshoff. I did my BA at the UP and then again my PhD also. So I think the university song has been transformed out, but when I see the alma mater blazer, the words "Gebind deur die koord van rooi, blou en goud, adestinaat en persikor" comes to my mind, meaning bound by the cord of blue, red and gold. And then we are striving towards the goal. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chantal King, member of the Committee from Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, honorable members. Can I then check on the virtual platform? I think I saw Honorable Tambo earlier on. Is it still there? Is it only 6 people on the virtual platform? Okay, can I check members who are on the virtual platform to introduce themselves, please?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bafuza Yabo, a member of this portfolio committee, a member of the National Assembly deployed by the ANC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. Any other honorable members on the platform?
Thank you very much, Chair. Science responsibility at African National Congress. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, that's Honorable Dibulelo Mahlatsi, who is the whip to the portfolio committee. She has not left the park yet. I think she's making her way from the park. And we have a crisis, Prof. Kupe, where the network on campus, on our park, where we stay is very bad. And given the amount of work that the University of Pretoria does with the CSIR.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Tambo, I'm coming to you.
Oh, hey, I thought there's a network problem. Yes, yes.
And given the amount of work that the institution does with the CSIR on science, technology, and innovation, maybe colleagues can assist us with addressing that particular challenge. Honorable Tambo, you can now introduce yourself. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Nao Tambo, member of Parliament deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, and we're happy to be with you here today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tambo. I'd now like to hand over to the Chair of Council and to the VC to introduce the delegations from the institution.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. It's a great honor and privilege for us as the University of Pretoria to be here. My name is Kuseni Dlamini. I'm the Chair of Council. I would like to hand over to the VC to introduce our delegation.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, Chairperson of the committee, I'll introduce myself and then ask my colleagues to introduce. My name is Tawana Kupe. I'm the Vice Chancellor and Principal. I would like the Vice Principals and the executive members to introduce themselves.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members, honorable members. Professor Temba Musia. I'm here in a different capacity today, please. I'm Vice Principal for Student Life.
Okay, if I may also, I'd like our IF member to introduce themselves before we continue, for the simple reason that she also is a council member.
You've already done half my introduction. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Neo Lisela. I'm a member of council and I'm here representing the institutional forum as the chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Sandile Mtiane. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at the University of Pretoria.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Professor Sunil Maharaj. I'm the Vice Principal for Research, Postgraduate Education and Innovation at University of Pretoria. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I'm Professor Karolina Koornhof. I'm an Executive Director for Finance and Business Activities and Sport.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. I'm Caroline Nicholson. I'm the Registrar of the University.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members and all UP colleagues. My name is Tutu Mashile and I'm the UP SRC President.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tariq Lala. I'm the Secretary General at the University of Pretoria, SRC.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Tlouma Dua. I'm a Chairperson of NAO. Thank you.
Morning, Chair, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Eugene Maluleke, the APSA UP branch chairperson. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Honorable Member of Parliament and the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, Chair. My name is Jane Mguni. I'm the representative and secretary of Academic Professional Staff Association, APSA, under UP. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. My name is Huitsimang Mateka. I'm the Branch Secretary of NEHAU at UP. Thank you.
Speaking, ma'am. Can I introduce myself? My name is Chris Harting. I'm from IBU, University of Pretoria Workers Organization. I'm the Secretary and Treasurer for IBU.
Thank you so much. Mr. Hatting. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Hatting. Can I then, okay, so from IF, it's only you, Chair. You don't have anyone else from the IF?
No, sorry, it's just myself. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Then I think we can hand over to colleagues from the department and then from NAS first.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. The name is Faisal Tofi. I'm from the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. My name is Chirivari Mkondeleri from NSFAS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we all have an understanding of who's in the house. Ms. Shoba, we see you. Memudi, who's responsible for our content. Dr. Aransa, who's responsible for our research. And Mr. Kamingisi, who's responsible to communicate with yourselves. Mr. Tankolo Potoman, who's responsible for ensuring that this venue is well set up and that you have food today. So thank you so much to yourselves and welcome to this meeting. Colleagues will immediately hand over to the institution to present to us. I think we had allocated an hour to yourselves to present, so we're already behind schedule. So it's 9:50. By the time I hand over to you, Prof, or rather Chair of Council, Mr. Dlamini, it will be 9:50, and you will then make the introductory remarks on behalf of the institution and lead us into the presentation of the institution or of the university and management in particular. Then we'll hand over to the SRC to make their presentation with that allocated time, and then the IF with that allocated time to the unions with that allocated time, and then we'll allow for members to raise their questions and provide recommendations, and then you'll be given an opportunity to respond where the department and NSFAS are able to then come in if there's any clarities that are needed from yourselves, and then that will bring us to the end of our meeting. We have sitting at 3 o'clock members, so if push comes to shove, we could move into 2 o'clock in on our meet, depending on how far our meeting goes. Honorable Litsia is not here, but I still think that there could be a lot that we would like to engage on collectively. So I will then immediately hand over to you, Mr. Dlamini. Oh, okay. Sorry, apologies. I need to then just take note of some apologies that have been sent through. Anele, can you take us through the apologies, please?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Chairperson, we received apology from the Honorable Minister who is attending the Cabinet Committee meeting. We also received apology from the Deputy Minister who is traveling to Canada today. We also received apologies from the DG and Ms. Sotsikwa. They are supporting the minister in the Cabinet Committee meeting. In terms of members, we received apology from Honorable Zondo, who is committed to party work. We also received apology from Honorable Yabo. We also received an apology from Honorable Chirwa, who is attending the PC on health. Those are the apologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Dlamini.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Dlamini, as sick as Honorable Litsie is, he is on the virtual platform. Honorable Litsie, would you like to introduce yourself? Apologies, Mr. Dlamini.
No, thank you very much. Good morning to yourself, Chair, honorable members, and the delegation from the University of Pretoria, the department, NSFAS, and everybody else who are here. My name is Tebogo Litsie, a member of this portfolio committee. And I don't speak too much. Thank you very much.
I'm surprised you can speak at all.
Thank you, Honorable Litsie. So we do have Honorable Yabo and Litsie on the virtual platform. Honorable Litsie is really sick, Prof. Basia. I know you looked forward to seeing him, but he's really not well. But as dedicated as we all know him to be in the sector, he still made way to join us on the virtual platform. Honorable, Mr. Dlamini, I almost made you an honorable member. Mr. Dlamini, please, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm welcome to be co-opted into this honorable committee. It's a great privilege for my colleagues and I to be here today. We thank you for inviting us. Maybe without further ado, just to touch on the 5 strategic goals that drive the work that we do at the University of Pretoria. The first one is to enhance access and successful student learning. The second one is to strengthen the university's research, international profile, and global engagement. The third one is to foster and sustain a transformed, inclusive, and equitable university community. The fourth one is to enhance institutional stability and sustainability. And last but not least, to strengthen the university's social responsiveness and impact in society. So what our Vice Chancellor will be sharing with the committee today is really how far we've come in terms of pursuing these strategic objectives, which are underpinned by very clear, measurable metrics that we are going to be sharing with you here. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Tawana Kupe, to take this honorable committee through the work that we are doing and have done at the University of Pretoria. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you, honorable members, for giving us this opportunity to engage today. And also thank you to my colleagues from the University of Pretoria that have joined us here today at the invitation of the committee. If you don't mind, Mr. Kavingis, if you could just go back one slide back those are some of the things that I'm going to really touch on. I know that honorable members might have already received and read some of the presentation. Okay, is this better? So, okay. Apologies on chair and apologies members and my UP colleagues. This is some of the things that I'm going to touch on. I know honorable members might have had a chance to read some of the presentation or may not be. So I will not go bullet by bullet and say everything that is on every slide. Some of the slides I agree are a bit busy but I will make the point what that slide does. So those are some of the issues. Some of the issues that are on this contents page were in the letter that the committee sent to us wanting us to cover. Our transformation journey was at the heart of what we said. If I may go back just to reiterate one or two things to the slide that our chair eloquently presented here, just to look at our vision and point a few things that will take me into the journey. Let me preface it by saying this. Our transformation of journey at the University of Pretoria consists of two interrelated pillars. One of those pillars is represented by the last strategic goal to strengthen the university's social responsiveness and impact in society. You hear a lot from me today about that. The other one is the other strategic goal to foster and sustain a transformed, inclusive, and equitable university community. So if you can see what is happening here is one relates to the institution as such. This is where we normally talk about transformation in the university or the institution. The other goal that I started with relates to this university now responding to South Africa's needs and South Africa's development and the continent's development. Because the university does not exist for its own sake. It has a mission in society that is expected of all universities and enhanced in legislation. So let me pick out a few things from our vision: quality, relevance, and impact. That relevance and impact pertains again to the last strategic goal. What is the relevance of this institution and its impact to the lives of South Africans and to the lives of Africans? And how is it doing in that regard, over and above how it is transforming itself as an organization? Then second, developing people. We are an educational institution, so we're expected to produce graduates to give opportunities to people with potential to actually realize their potential, make a contribution to themselves, to their families, and to society at large. So we are an enabler, if you like. We nurture talent and we ensure that that talent is used to the best benefit of South Africa. And then creating knowledge. Honorable Chair and honorable members and my colleagues from UP, we chose creating knowledge deliberately. We did not say producing knowledge. And there is a reason for that. Creating knowledge means that you actually are interacting with your context and relevance and the rest of the world and producing knowledge that is relevant to the society that you actually live in. This is very, very important. It relates to a broader movement and program in universities, not only in South Africa, but globally, to decolonize, especially for those countries in the global south, to decolonize knowledge and simply not reproduce knowledge meant for the global north and repeated here without any contextual relevance, because the impact therefore is very low. So one of the things running through the University of Pretoria, both overtly and subtly, is a decolonization project around knowledge itself to make it more relevant to South Africa and making a difference locally and globally. And that is making a difference is also what we are about. Because university does not exist, I would say, multiple times for itself. In our mission, you can see what we do. I will not do that. But I want to point out the integrating engagement with society and communities into this. The University of Pretoria will use quality, relevance, diversity, and sustainability as its navigational markers. You might see that there seems to be a repetition around both the vision, mission, and the strategic goals of particular things. But this is deliberate. This is intentional. Because what we really want to, now to the pillars of the two pillars of our transformation journey, what we want to do is to be a contributor to South Africa's development, to be one of the agents and drivers of societal change in South Africa, given our history, which is not a glorious history. colonialism, apartheid, and or some other things that have arisen post-1994. We want to address those challenges very squarely and very directly. So we align ourselves with the national goals and national imperatives, with the sustainable development goals. You can move the slides, Mr. Kabisi. But before we go to the alignment, I just wanted you to also have a look at some of our values. I will not bore you too much about what these values stand for, but it's the integrity of using our academic freedom, which is protected in the Constitution, in the service of society, to create the best interests of South Africa by developing people, creating knowledge, being responsive, giving impact, and being an agent and a driver of change for South African society. So we are guided by those values, if you like. Our staff and students at the university being a core asset, and scholarly inquiry, enriched academic debates, robust, and all of that, and all of that. So those are our values, if you like. One of the things I wanted to point out in our values also, that we recognize that in a resource-constrained world, that includes our society, South Africa, where vast disparities remain, we're in an equal society. The university must endeavor to produce graduates who appreciate the importance of community service, entrepreneurial endeavors, and innovative actions in generating employment and development in our local communities. One of the things we pride ourselves at the University of Pretoria is the engagement element, not scholarship that is hidden behind the boundaries of the university, but scholarship that is translated into actions in communities. So at least 33,000 of our 56,600 students, that is head count, are involved in what we call curricular community engagement or social engagement. In other words, it's embedded in what they study. So medical students will go and do community service as an example. I could list many other things like that. But that is one of the highest in the world. So much so that we belong to a network of 15 universities around the world who belong to what is called the University Social Responsibility Network, because we understand the nexus between society's needs and challenges and also what the university ought to do. My next slide really is about scanning the environment in which the university operates and its complexities and its challenges. I'll not go through them. The challenges are, some of them, the challenges are largely, they are economic. They include the pandemic that occurred recently. They include also the regulatory frameworks. They include the very fact that the world is in a flux. The world is facing multiple ongoing disruptions that a university ought to be conscious of, one, two, but ought to contribute to their resolution, if you like. So that diagram you see there summarizes, if you like, the contextual realities in which the university is actually operating. And also the way in which the university seeks to navigate these particular complexities and complications in order, again, to be a driver of societal change. Let me at this point also add that the University of Pretoria is one of the largest contact and residential universities in South Africa at 56,600. This speaks to our desire to increase and broaden and deepen access to quality university education that is impactful and is transformative for South African society. So I'll move on that. Mr. Kavis, okay, thank you very much. You moved in tandem with what I was going to say. So this is a very important slide for us, Chair and honorable members. I've said it several times. University ought to be aligned with national imperatives and continental imperatives. Why does the university exist? Why should South Africa have a university like the University of Pretoria and what it does? So we are aligned very much in our strategic goals, if you remember the 5 strategic goals, with national imperatives. And let me be very specific. We are aligned with the national development goals that are meant to be achieved by 2030. We are 8 years away from that. We are aligned with the sustainable development goals, all 17 of them, meant to be achieved in 2030 as well. We are also aligned with Africa's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. You will remember this continental blueprint development was completed when the Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma was the AU commissioner, if you like. So South Africa played a critical role in that. All of those development blueprints, if you like, or frameworks, if you like, speak to one thing: creating a better South Africa for all that is transformed, that can realize the potential of its human and natural resources and take its place among the successful and prosperous nations of the world. So those are some of the things that we are actually doing there. Expanding equitable access to university education is fundamental, critical, because we are a university. Remember, it's also our strategic goal #1. Remember, here we're talking about a situation where many South Africans were excluded from institutions like the University of Pretoria. At 1994, 11% of the students were Black. Now, at 1994, today, the Black students are well above over 60%. There's a slide that will come to that. So we're expanding that kind of access. The majority of those women also over 50% being female, and also an increasing number of students coming from quintile 1 and 2, 3 schools or lower socioeconomic groups and being on NEFSAs. In fact, the number of NEFSA students at the University of Pretoria, you will see in another slide, is continuing. We aim to create a diversified, inclusive, and equitable university, because only that way can you achieve the goals that South Africa has set for itself. Because South Africa is an exciting place of potential. Mention anything, human resources, it's a growing population, one of the fastest growing populations in the world. If you remember, being part of Africa, the fastest population growing, a youth dividend, a double-edged sword, because if you don't provide this equitable access and expanding economic opportunities, the youth dividend is lost. But if you provide those opportunities, it's huge. Look at China. China also, at the time when it increased its population growth, lifted 30 million people out of poverty in a generation. So our critical frameworks here is we're a university, so we don't just follow national frameworks. Where the national frameworks or continental frameworks are lacking and have a gap, we come in with knowledge, intellectual ideas, creating knowledge to cover those gaps in order to be that agent and driver of societal change. So you will see in the middle of that paragraph, of that slide, sorry, we say we do research that matters. For example, on food security, sustainable food systems, as we call them, energy, water, climate change, One Health. One Health is plant, human, and animal health interconnected. We happen to be the only university with the Faculty of Veterinary Science. Inequalities, social justice, and human rights. Those examples alone speak to South Africa's current challenges. You in this house, honorable members and chair, speak about these things almost in all of your sessions. And we see ourselves as University of Pretoria as a partner to address all of those things. So what we've also done, the next bullet point, is to create and invest in infrastructure that is meant to work across all disciplines of the university to address these social challenges. So in the last 3-4 years, we have launched in partnership with the private sector and Sandral Engineering 4.0 to address all of the range of issues in the transport space. Future Africa to address all of the sustainable development goals, South Africa's National Development Plan, Innovation Africa at UP will be launching with the ministers of higher education, science and innovation and agriculture, land and rural development. Next month, a biosecurity hub to deal with the diseases that affect our animals and our plants. We have also an institute like FABI, top in the world. We've also, because our heritage matters, and next month is Heritage Month. Our heritage, our identity is key to our development. A people not confident in their heritage, in their history and their identity cannot be development actors. That is well known. Go to Paul Ferre, go to Walter Rodney, go to all of the critical African scholars. They will tell you that your identity and your heritage actually matters. It is a resource for your development. So we have launched the Javed UP Art Center, which is 8 galleries. We are also custodians of the Mapungubwe Gold Collection and other gold collections from the rest of the continent. When you are in Pretoria, please visit. So again, transformation being key, staff and student well-being. We are also into the digital transformation space because South Africa must be at the leading edge of the potential and opportunities that new technologies can also deliver. What is often called for IR. We teach our students in a digitized environment. We even, for example, have a mining virtual reality lab where students studying mining can walk in a digital mine before they go to a physical mine. That improves their skills when they become engineers. So, and we have multi-pronged sustainability initiatives, human, social, economic, and environmental sustainability. We are aligned. If you take our 5 strategic goals, all of them are aligned with the SDGs. And remember, the SDGs are almost a mirror of some of the South Africa's National Development Plan, the NDP. And so what we did was to say, okay, universities can say, we produce graduates, we do research, therefore we are doing what is needed. It does not work like that, actually. You actually have to ensure alignment. So when we developed our new 5-year strategic plan last year, under the control of our chair and the council, another council member here, our 5-year strategic plan with those pillars, we mapped them against the relevant SDGs. And you can see we cover several of our strategic goals, cover multiple sustainable development goals, including the cross-cutting SDGs. I think enough. Our statute also, which is the instrument that guides us, is under revision at the moment. We have passed it through the University Council. It's with the department right now. They sent us some comments, and we are now waiting for final approval. It seeks to ensure that the university delivers on all of these goals, and that the university encapsulates diversity, inclusivity, and equity. Our council is actually fairly diverse now. And let me point out here, Chair, as I go forward, I'm making the following point also, that the university, I would not sit here and say the university is transformed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this strategic goal. I'll say the university at particular rates. I will talk to you about where the transformation might be slower and the reasons therefore and what we're doing about. It's a transforming university, aligning itself with South Africa's ambitions to be a developed society that caters for its all people and transforming itself as an organization in its own right. There is honorable members, the executive structure of the university. Our chairperson and Ms. Lisela here, who's come in another capacity as the chair of the IF, but our IF is deliberately chaired by a council member representing council. So Ms. Dlamini is chairperson of council. I am the vice chancellor and principal. In the blue lines is my executive team. It's an interesting executive team because it is 50% women and 50% men, and every race in South Africa represented in that particular kind of group, to demonstrate also and to role play the inclusivity and diversity that we want to see the institution. We see also 3 entities that report directly to me because they are at the center of our strategic goals. And also the very fact that in 2019, we passed our comprehensive Omnibus Anti-Discrimination Act policy, which also led to the creation for the first time in 2019-2020 of a transformation office with a director that reports directly to me. Those are academic entities. We have the unique structure that we have 9 faculties and a business school, which is in Johannesburg. It's normally known as the Gordon Institute of Business Science because it's in Joburg, and the name people often don't realize is the business school of the university. It is the top university on the continent on executive education, the MBAs, not on everything. We have 7 campuses. 1 campus, of course, in Johannesburg, in Ilovo, then on the spot campus just into the northwest, that's our veterinary science. Remember, honorable members, chair and honorable members, sorry about mixing up the order, chair and honorable members, we are the only university with a veterinary science, which is key to South Africa's economic development. And at present, we are the only university, but I understand there are plans also to create another faculty or other faculties or to have vet science in other universities. Chair and honorable members, I welcome that. It's very important. It is also a bit risky to have one university with a faculty that is so key to our economic development and to our exports of animal products and related matters. Then most of our campuses are around Pretoria. We have a Mamelodi campus as well. And all of these campuses are characterized by one thing. up-to-date modern facilities to give South Africans a quality education. One thing we are passionate about at the University of Pretoria is that as the country develops since 1994, it mustn't be that when the university diversifies, it is poorer facilities than it had before 1994. The facilities must be better than they were even before 1994. That is why we've invested in some of the cutting-edge facilities that I've introduced, because the South African of post-1994 would be highly qualified from a quality institution at the cutting edge of skills, education, knowledge, and research, and able to address the complexities and complications of a new South Africa and catering for all citizens going forward. So that's the point. Here then are some of the things that we've achieved on our transformation journey. Some of them relate to demographic transformation, of course, contact students, that is those students who actually, if you like, using contact these days is a little confusing because of the COVID disruption. But remember that we are a contact university and that we were not meant to teach online. We now use hybrid modes, but on a contact base, although we used online only during COVID. So the percentage of Black students contact has moved from 59.31% in 2014 to 62.72% in 2021. We haven't audited 2022 numbers, so I'm using 2021. But in all of those bullet points, honorable members, the point I'm making is that you see an upward trajectory. But let me also add something which is not here because I used a 7-year period. If you take the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, you will see more, and you will see it in future slides, a steeper curve rising up. So the transformation is also accelerating in that regard. And also you can see the number of our NEFSA students is increasing 31.6% as of 2021, which is another diversifying element. Because diversity is not just generally about race, it's also about socio-economic group and background, and also where people go to schools. So because what could happen at the university like University of Pretoria is that if you focus on race only, it could be students from upper social income groups, it could be students from the quintile groups that are private schools and former model schools, and not schools also from in the rural areas, in the townships and so on. We are increasing that number as well, because that speaks to who South Africa is. Then also one of the things that we're extremely proud of, because it speaks to a number of things. The percentage of permanent academic staff with a PhD, 51% in 2014, already very high, 72% in 2021. The national average, as I understand it, is around 48%. We are the university with the highest percentage of academics with a PhD. Why is that important? And why, Chair, should I tell you this? And why should the honorable members see? It speaks to a number of things. A university needs to have at its core the most highly educated people, because they can also produce other PhDs. If you look at the National Development Plan, it actually says we must increase the number of South Africans with a PhD, because those people can do complex research, including commercialization activities, leading complex change, and all of those kinds of things. We have a shortage as we sit at the moment, but the University of Pretoria is making sure we come to the party in that regard, because and many of these PhDs are supervising other PhDs. There's something hidden in that number as well. Most Black academics joining the University of Pretoria and female academics these days will have a PhD, or if they don't have a PhD, they are enrolled in a PhD program. So actually another transformative element to that narrative, if you like. Then here is a challenge, Chair and honorable members. SET, the registrations in science, engineering, and technology. We are a university who wants to be just under 55% of our students must be in degree programs in science, engineering, and technology. For the simple reason that, as you will see in the National Development Plan, in the SDGs, Agenda 2063, that is where we are lacking as well. And those disciplines are key to our development as well. NITSA, top scientists, top engineers, top technology experts, 4IR are included, and all of that. And in 2014, we're at 53.3%. You can see we've regressed a bit, and I've written there it's a challenge to 49, to just say 50% to round it off. That, honorable Chair and honorable members, has to do with the supply of people from matric who have science and mathematics at the appropriate level, not maths literacy, but maths as that number is dwindling. I'll tell you of an initiative which Investor Pretoria is involved in to partner with basic education to ensure that number goes up so we can include our SET challenges. Some of it, let me say, is not just that. People like to blame external factors on it. It might also be the Investor Pretoria not sharpening its recruitment of people who have mathematics and so on. So we have plans actually to do that as well to improve that percentage. Then also our FT full-time equivalent won't bore you with the technicalities. Students are also increasing. Then also the percentage of black staff as per labor EE definitions, again, has moved from below 50% to 68.7% in 2020. Female academics, you can see, we bust the gender equity 50% to 55%. Where we still have a challenge, because this is an honest discussion we're having here, where we still have a challenge is moving up those female academics to the professoriate, to become full professors, if you like. So we have schemes also to support female academics to scale the higher levels of academia, because the highest level of academia is being a full professor, if you like. And we have schemes to actually address that particular. So we also had a number of research breakthroughs. Prof. Mashudu Shifularu, they did what I always call, and I think the media has not covered this sufficiently as well, but we are pushing and we have pushed. CNN covered this in a 2-3 months ago. This is equivalent to Chris Barnard making a heart transplant, because this is what Prof. Shifularo did. You know, in your chair and honorable members, there's a small bone called the ossicles. It's the size of a rice grain. If it's damaged, you lose your hearing. So what he did was to restore a person's hearing by 3D printing that bone, the same size, and through surgery, inserting that 3D printed bone and restore the patient's hearing. The last time I checked, he had done so to 4 patients. We're still going to do clinical trials around this to see, because it has to be validated by others. This is equivalent to Chris Barnard doing a heart transplant and his partners. So we have a range of transformative research projects where we are producing knowledge that will make a difference to South Africa's lives. I'm not going to go through all of them, Chair, in the interest of time, but you can see that they touch the core of some of the challenges that we face. After all, the University of Pretoria has the highest number of NRF-rated researchers, National Research Foundation, 606, and 17 A-rated researchers. Now, Chair and honorable members, this slide is very, very important. If you go to the National Development Plan, our national priorities in South Africa and on the continent and generally in the global south, these are some of the critical skills that we actually need. People with engineering degrees, people with accounting science degrees, people with medical degrees, Bachelor of Veterinary Science degrees, people with master's degrees and with doctorates. And this is the share of what the Investor of Pretoria produces. 25.8% of engineering degrees are produced at the university. That is a quarter out of the 26 public universities. It's absolutely vitally important. And if we're the means to improve on this percentage, we will. Our only constraints is financial resources, something that I'm coming to a little later on. But we have, so far with the capacity we have, we've pushed the envelope to be able to make sure that we are a serious contributor to what South Africa needs. Go to Minister Mtswale's discuss skills list. You'll find that some of the skills that are produced are part of the list where we actually have to import skills when we should actually, in a sense, produce them within South Africa itself. Because engineering is at the heart of economic development. Look at China. A friend of mine, another vice chancellor, once said to me, do you know, my friend, if you look at the Chinese Politburo, which is the equivalent of, not top 6, perhaps equivalent of something between the top 6 and the NEC of the ANC, or the top leadership of any party for that matter, is that almost all of them are engineers. I don't believe that all politicians should be engineers. Being a humanities person, some of them should come from the social sciences. But the point he really was making was that engineering has been key to China's development. That if we are going to address our challenge in South Africa, we must invest a lot in engineering. So we are again, point I'm making, aligned to South Africa's critical skills need. Let me put it this way also, Chair and honorable members. If for any reason the University of Pretoria were to disappear, this is what would be lost. And it will be a very serious negative impact on South Africa's development. Then also this slide, I could have joined this slide earlier on, but it's useful here. Remember, I said to you is that the university really makes sure that this strategic, deliberate, intentional focus on those things that matter to South Africa. And also, there are these rankings that universities are subjected to. I don't totally believe in the rankings, because sometimes the rankings do not speak to a nation's needs and a university strategy. But I take note of them when they say, on the things that we want to do, we are doing very well. So that is where South Africa or University of Pretoria stands in terms of our ranking. So, for example, in SDG 15, Life on Land, we are positioned 30 in the world. And also, it goes on the number of SDGs where we're actually in the top 100. Makes sense for me because it is what South Africa needs. What we need to do as University of Pretoria, of course, is to ensure that for all the SDGs, we are at the best that we can be, because that is also advancing South Africa's narrative. Chair and honorable members, University of Pretoria also believes that a student or a university must be a place of all-rounded development and contribute both to sports as something that is important recreationally and to the health and physical well-being of students, but also contribute to national teams. You will see from this slide that the University of Pretoria contributes to South Africa's Olympic teams and to the Commonwealth teams. Recently, the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, of the 12 medals that South Africa won, 45% came from University of Pretoria students or people who have just graduated as student athletes from the University of Pretoria. So we also contribute to national pride and glory. And remember that if we develop sport fairly well in South Africa, it's again an economic earner. It's an area of employment creation. It's an area of entrepreneurship. And we at the University of Pretoria are at the heart of doing this. Just this weekend, our Tax Women's Football team won the Gauteng Sasol League. I'm telling you, Chair and honorable members, these are the next Banyana as the others retire and go on. We need to dominate that space. It's an industry. It's important to South Africa's development. I've alluded to these, honorable Chair and honorable members, but I wanted to present to you graphically the change in student demographics. This is vital for our transformation journey, for the simple reason that before 1994, the University of Pretoria was a white Afrikaans university, right? And also diversification and transformation would include the level of the number of students that have come from the Black communities. You can see that now it has gone well beyond 50% to 63% from the audited numbers in 2021. It will be more this year, but we're only going to audit the numbers at the end of the year because we use a calendar year. We've also done it in relation to gender, 57%. It's not a complete, the journey is not over. We still are on that trajectory. So if you look at our enrollments, you will find our enrollment planning, which we do with the department. I see a colleague from the Department of Higher Education and Training was there. We presented our enrollment plan in June, which was June 30. And the colleague gave some comments. We were given a preliminary approval of that. It was a midterm review of enrollment targets. We keep raising our targets in relation to the categories that have suffered historical underrepresentation. Staff demographics, if you are talking about staff in general, we're at 69% in 2021. But again, a number like that can hide something. At what level are those staff? And so you might find that they are at the lower levels instead of the higher levels. So the challenge for the University of Pretoria using employment equity is to increase the number of Black people in the upper echelons of the hierarchy of the organization. And that is where it has been somewhat slow, but we are also now picking up the pace among deans. The executive itself is now at least majority Black people on the executive of the university. In gender as well, we've done well, 52%, but again, you have to go and analyze where are the women and are you increasing the number of particularly Black women in higher positions in academia? It will be heads of departments, deans, professors, as I previously alluded to, and so on. So the concentration of our work as the university and what the IF will often audit us for and other structures in the university is the progress we are making in that in those particular domains. One thing also we have transformed in, because we are a growing university and South Africa is a growing country, is that we've increased the number of permanent academic staff. In fact, we increase them every year. We allocate a budget to hiring new academics every year. I think next year is for 2023, the budget will be 25 million to hire new academics. And then also that way we also increase the number of women and Black academics, because every position is subject to employment equity considerations for qualifying persons or underrepresented persons. Then also you can see that in relation to Black-white, this is where there's been the biggest challenge. But you can see from 2017, where there were 336, by now 2021 is 443 Black academics. We are increasing that trajectory by increasing the number of posts, because often in a university, and I worked in other universities before, I'll not mention them today, they are not on the chair. The chair is laughing because perhaps I was at that university at the same time as her, but we shall not mention that. You see, the problem is that often the attrition rate in universities is low. What do I mean? People do not leave as much as they stay all the way until retirement, which means you do not have new posts to employ people and diversify more. So what you need to do really is to create new permanent posts while waiting for the retirements. What you also do, which is a technique we are using, is also to sometimes use strategic funds, a diversity fund, to hire people temporarily while waiting for someone to retire, and then they take up that post. That way you quicken your diversification, if you like. Then Chair, I won't go through all of this. I've alluded to them as I go about. We have a raft of policies, protocols, and procedures that are driving our transformation agenda. So the one I'll talk about, 1 or 2 or 3 there. The anti-discrimination policy is one that has been important in accelerating our diversification, transformation, inclusivity agenda. So we didn't have one before 2019. We passed it in 2019, council actually had a special meeting to do it, and it's comprehensive. It covers everything from race, GBV, homophobia, xenophobia, language discrimination, and all of that. Comes also with a dedicated transformation office, as I alluded to. And also with advocacy initiatives. We are also trying to pilot something that is new. As I alluded to before, I was responsible for transformation at another place that I worked in. The one thing that I found was a weakness was the transformation office being isolated from faculties and structures like representative labor, students, academics, and all of that. So we are now piloting a new system where the transformation officer is an enabler, a driver, a supporter, but has to work increasingly as we go forward with the structures where people actually live. You will also find later on that we did last year an institutional culture survey, because it's one thing to have more Black people and women joining an institution, but that institution still being dominated, not necessarily its culture, the way it does things, not being driven by those people. It's lack of inclusivity, lack of ownership, if you like. So the institutional culture survey, I'll present a slide shortly about that, showed us that we should go further in that particular kind of particular kind of direction. We also launched a trans protocol. We also have a religious observance protocol. Disability institutions always do not do that well on it. We also have we are working on our transformation plan off the back of a 5-year strategic plan. And also, I want to speak a little bit, Chair and honorable members, about the pre-university academy, which I consider one of our transformative acts. I said earlier on, the problem of attracting students to study degrees where mathematics is required, pure maths for lack of a better word, not maths literacy, is that the pipeline is declining from basic education. And we as universities could sit and say, it's a problem of basic education. We have nothing to do with it. That would be foolish and naive. We are at the upper end of the educational structure. We depend on basic education. We are one country, we are one system of education. We should actually partner with basic education. So we have launched a pre-university academy. What is a pre-university academy? It's working in partnership with schools and learners from grade 8 upwards to strengthen their ability to do what is called STEM subjects, science, technology, and mathematics and related disciplines, and improve that pipeline, not just for the University of Pretoria, but for the country. So what we really want, our aim is to produce a model that can be scaled up to the rest of South Africa. And then it will, if you like, then produce the pipeline all universities and South Africa needs for their mathematical skills. We are fundraising heavily for it from external donors and so on. Professor Ntabiseng Ogude, who ran our Mamelodi campus, is now running the pre-university academy. So Saturdays, Sundays, and so on, we are working with those schools, largely in Mamelodi, but if you say in Pretoria, largely, but we want to scale up and increase that, is going to actually, in a sense, work. The one thing also I'm working on, which I was passionate about before and together with my colleagues at the other place that I worked on, which we are beginning to institute at the University of Pretoria, is a strategic bursary fund for students. Student funding is a big need all round. There are students who are covered by NEFSAS, even that is not enough. There are students who can pay for themselves, but there is the missing middle. The missing middle are not catered for. What, Chair, we require, and with Chair and honorable members, we request your support in working together, is to appeal to the national government to pass or to long-term sustainable funding and financing system for universities, which covers the following. To the issue of fees, the issue of student debt. I'm coming to student debt in a short while, which covers increased funding for research, for facilities in universities, so that we can deliver on South Africa's agenda. That really is a burning issue for South Africa today. We've reached that point 28 years, almost 30 years post-democracy, where we need, if you like, to reimagine, to revamp, to reinvest in our higher education to address all of those things. It will include, by the way, large investment in accommodation. Accommodation is an issue for universities, but we also know the following. Students who are in accommodation in their first years do better in their academic studies than students who are not. And we know also that because of the inequalities in our society, some students live in homes and families where it is not conducive to study. And creating accommodation at the university actually helps with that. And going forward, Honorable Chair and members, and honorable members, we did an institutional culture survey in 2021, and it resulted in a number of things that are listed on that slide. The areas where we're doing well but could improve, and the areas where we're not doing well and should actually, in a sense, improve. So what this is calling for, and we discussed it when we're doing our new 5-year strategic plan, it requires agility, flexibility, and institutional innovation. How to improve student representation and empower student representatives to do much more. Some of the disagreements we have a result, for example, of moribund ways in which we actually engage? Should we reimagine, renew, and actually drive a new agenda of student input into policy making, into the things that affect students and all of that? And should we also use new technologies to increase the number of people that vote in student elections and all of that and all of that? I think it's just generally our society needs renewal of representation and institutional innovation, if you like, something that we are going through. Then also creating a strong sense of belonging and inclusive institutional culture is important when the number of people that come from groups that were previously underrepresented become part of the institution. Let me put it this way. I've said it on campus many times. It mustn't be that in an institution, the culture is the following, is that those who are always they say, this is how we do things, you must fit in. Or that those who come in simply say, everything is out, and this is how we're going to do things. It must be that you co-create a new institutional culture that is inclusive, aligned to our constitution, aligns to our values, and role models the kind of society that we want to come. Equal, just, equitable, and inclusive of all South African talents, skills, and experiences. Then the one thing that in a university you always strive to do better is provision of student services. And with increasing numbers, those services are always also under some degree of strain. But what we're trying to do at the University of Pretoria is to develop more student services, including leadership training skills, because we owe a responsibility to our students, not to give them just a high quality degree, but to produce them as socially conscious, sensitive leaders who can lead out in society. Because they're not going to be in university all of the time. They're going to go out into various leadership positions. And university is an incubator for actually developing those skills. So working with partners outside and inside the university using budget, we also are rolling out leadership courses. We would like more and more leadership courses. Then there's the mental health and wellness, which was exacerbated by COVID and exacerbated by a multiple number of things. Sometimes around our universities, also crime situations. Okay, we have the tragic situation this past weekend where a student killed near one of our residences because crime is on the rise in South Africa. So increasing security services, increasing awareness and advocacy among students, and also because senses of insecurity and the pressures of academia and the transitions also cause mental and physical unwellness among our societies. We also like to see our residencies as living spaces to boost student success. So connectivity, safety and security, food security, run a SNAP program because some students cannot actually afford that. Backup electricity, infrastructure grades and refurbishment are always on the go and our plans. Those are some of the student services that we run now, but would like to run even more with more resources, if you like. So I'm moving on. I think you did ask in the letter also how we responded to, Chair and honorable members, how we responded to COVID. I think relatively well. COVID was a terrible disruption. Nobody can come out and say, we did very well during COVID. It was unusual and a tragic situation. But these were some of our responses where we tried to use the latest technology to transition to emergency remote teaching and learning. So we work online, although our preferred mode is a combination of contact and online, which is hybrid. For students we couldn't reach, we used telephone tutoring. We raised money externally from some foundations for that. And also study materials were sent in flash disks. We developed digital and multimedia learning materials and activities. We also launched a solidarity fund where we contributed from our salaries to buy laptops for students. We provided about 3,000 laptops and tablets to students. There was also the question of data, which was always a constant need for students and requiring additional budget. Honorable members might remember also that university budgets had to be repurposed. In other words, money meant for something was then transferred into actually dealing with the COVID calamity or the COVID tragedy. I can say that relatively, as I say, we also launched a vaccination campaign. We didn't actually insist on a compulsory vaccination as some other institutions did. What we did with that also was, in a sense, to try and keep the community resilient in the times of great need and the times of tragedy. You also asked in your letter, Madam Chair, and honorable members, about dropout, throughput and dropout rates. And we provided you the dropout and rates there, which are the bottom percentages. You can see that people in 6-year programs the dropout rate is much lower. But people in 5-year programs and 4-year programs, the dropout rate is much higher. It's a little lower in 3-year programs. This, by the way, is also improving on a year-to-year basis because of some of the interventions that we are making. These interventions continue to be in development. Roughly, let me put it this way. What you need to do to address this problem, to address holistically all of the factors that cause dropout. Some of it is financial need, mental health and wellness, where students come from, being in accommodation, changing the ways in which you teach, because not all forms of teaching are suitable for all students, if you like. And on all of those are programs on the go under our vice principals, academic and research and so on. So then also we gave you another minimum time plus 1, because it also exists in our system and is something that NEFSAS plays with. You can see also what the dropout rates in that regard and the graduation rates are. Then we also we split it also by gender, and by the latest year and so on. I won't bore you. I think you see what the picture is. I wanted us to go to this slide, Madam Chair and honorable members. Is the total UP graduates over the last 5 years. This is important because it goes back to what the chairman and I said. We are dedicated to producing graduates that will address South Africa's need, and also people who can actually develop their potential. And for those coming from lower economic backgrounds, take themselves out of poverty, for example. You can see what the narrative there is. 2017, we were producing about 13,200 graduates. Then it went down in 2019, 2020. Some of the factors to do with earlier disruptions in the higher education system and related matters, and also people couldn't complete their studies as fees must fall critiques showed, because they didn't have sufficient money to complete degrees. That actually, so I think the 2015-2016 fees must fall was right on point about the impact of increasing costs of education and also the need to actually reimagine NEFSAS. And you see, we're now back on a growth trajectory. So this last year, we produced 13,592 graduates, much more than in 2017, if you like. That trajectory needs to go up, especially if my previous slides referring, you address the dropout rate, because the dropout rate eats into the number of graduates that you actually produce and making those kinds of interventions. Then also this is, if you like, a graph that shows people in employment in full-time or part-time, people not working or studying, also what is often called the graduate unemployment. From the UP side, you find that it's much lower. The unemployment still exists. We're still in South Africa, where the economy is not growing, the jobs are not sufficient, if you like. So these are some of these things that we do in order to improve and support graduate employability. In 2021, we were recognized by the South African Graduate Employers Association for our career services, that is, in recognition of high standards of excellence for the best work readiness program. We also do a lot of graduate employee surveys. What I didn't include in this slide, honorable members, we've also launched a new center for the future of work, where we study whether the curriculum is aligned with the needs of the economy and society more broadly, because people don't always go and work in industry and private sector, they work in the public sector. Second, what new jobs are emerging, what jobs are dying because of technological disruption, and how we should change our curriculum in that regard. So part of our curriculum transformation efforts. Then these are the range of interventions we make to address better graduate throughput, address dropout rates, change our curriculum to be aligned with who we are and where we are, relevance, contextual relevance, needs of South Africa, the needs of the continent, embedding in it decolonized forms of education, including indigenous knowledge systems, which are still marginal to our education system, despite that we are African and so on, and the pre-university academy. And also peer mentoring, tutoring, and student advising, and student life initiatives. All of those things, the Fly at UP and Fly High at UP is not an airline. We're not doing something illegal that the chair and other members would want an investigation. It simply means the finish line is yours at UP. In other words, can you work towards completing in minimum time? It's a whole program that is data-driven and intervention-driven to address that particular problem. Then also we have, you asked about the issue, and this is a perennial issue we also know about. NEFSAS caters for a certain number of students at UP. I've talked about that, but what is not catered for is the missing link. This is what we're trying to do at the University of Pretoria. And I'm using those words deliberate. Trying to do, striving to do, is because that challenge is not fully addressed, and we strive to address it more fully. So we raise money externally in very many large ways. Recently, we ran a 21-day challenge called Giving Campaign at UP. In those 21 days, we managed to raise just under 20 million, but it was not all for student bursaries. I double-checked this morning, 6 million is going to student bursaries, but it's going to be an ongoing campaign because missing middle students are academically capable, they are deserving, they come from socially lower economic groups, they are not covered by NEFSAS, some will not get bank loans and so on, and that might cause them to terminate their studies. So we are very much working towards how the university can assist them through a variety of schemes to address those challenges. Again, here I would appeal to the chair and the honorable members. What is needed today in South Africa is a long-term sustainable funding and financing system for the higher education system that covers the missing middle as well as others and addresses once and for all the question of tuition fees, addresses accommodation, addresses the money for research and all of that. So, Chair, I'm moving fast now towards a closing. So I'll jump some slides here. Yeah, just to talk about the university financial position, if you like. We are affected by the following, honorable members, to be accurate with you, that universities' subsidies increased by lower than inflation year on year. That means we're getting decreased funding, if you like. And also tuition, accommodation, and meal fees have been kept since the Fees Must Fall campaign. The tuition and accommodation fees are also kept at particular ways in order to increase affordability and accessibility. That is understandable. Then also the limited increases in block and earmarked grants, limited adjustments to tuition and accommodation fees, salary and other institutional costs increasing above CPI. Because academics and our colleagues from labor also have to negotiate with us to ensure that their members get living salaries and wages and salaries that are commensurate with what they do. If they are above inflation, when our income is below inflation, that in a sense, puts the university in very tight conditions. So our finances are stretched to the limit at this point in time. But we're trying to maintain everything on an ongoing basis, not to compromise the quality, not to compromise the output that we need to support South Africa's needs. There is an increase in outstanding student debt, and also when we had to insource, we incurred increased costs. You can see the balance of UP income sources, what comes from subsidy, what comes with tuition fees, income from contracts and services, and from our own fundraising. It's a bit unbalanced, but it's not what is wholly required of what we do. Then those are our expense categories. Of course, personnel costs being the highest. We've managed those very, very tightly. You can see in this slide, they used to be at 58.7%. Now they are at 56.6%. There is a benchmark we are supposed to meet, because we must be careful that when you look at where the investor spends its money, it mustn't be just on salaries, but not on the core things that it is supposed to do, if you like. Then there is the slide, Chair, that is a real ticking time bomb. Graduations are going up, transformation numbers are going up, fundraising is trying to go up and all of that. But one number beats all of the numbers. The increase in student debt is actually beats all of the other numbers. This is a financial sustainability risk to the university and a risk to our contribution to society. So what have we done? We haven't just sat at the university and said, what can we do? And then come and, if you like, look like we are complaining here. We, in 2019, at the request of our council, because they are responsible for oversight on our finances and approving our financial plans, we produce a financial sustainability plan that runs all the way to 2025. And it has these 4 pillars: cost containment and reduction where you can, income enhancement, like improving the throughput, reducing dropout rates, because for every student who drops out for any reason. You lose money because you lose their subsidy. So it's not in the best interest for the university to lose students. If you lose students, you lose money as well, if you like. Over and above the fact that you don't make the contribution you wanted to make in society. So cost replacement. What is cost replacement? Part of my job, I dedicated a third of my time to chasing money outside government, outside the university, foundations, rich people and all of that, so that they can give me money which to use where I could have used money that we have as a university, and often we don't have, if you like. So cost replacement of and fundraising are related. So I spend a lot of time then together with my colleagues and other academics. In fact, we're running a big training program for as many academics as possible to become fundraisers, and it's going very, very well at this point in time. So if we could do that, we'll begin to, if you like, move towards a more financially sustainable university, not compromising the quality that we need. So those are the notes, if you like, on what we are doing in order to ensure financial sustainability. It mustn't be that, I want to make this point, that at the point where the University of Pretoria became a diverse institution, with more Black people and women from underrepresented groups, it was a point at which it became also financially unsustainable, had poor quality infrastructure, did not give a good education, did not invest in facilities. That will be a betrayal of the hopes of many South Africans, and those South Africans that hitherto historically did not have access to this. So we're also trying in carrying out our sustainability plan. This is what I want to say, Chair and honorable members. We are socially sensitive. We try and strike the right balances between doing the right things to manage debt, but also being sensitive to the fact that people can't pay debt. It's not their fault necessarily. It might be the lack of economic growth, things that impact on families. COVID was a great example. So during COVID, for example, we didn't insist on the payment plans we normally have. We asked people to actually manage their payment plans in a better way, but still be able to actually make a contribution. Because essentially in South Africa, we're running a cost-sharing model for funding universities. Tuition fees coming from students and parents, government subsidies, and what we can fundraise. And until such time that we reimagine our model and put it on a better footing, we have to continue as best as we can there. So we don't take any adjustments to our increases lightly because of that very fact. As I said, anything that excludes the students is a loss to the university. Because remember, there are two things. A student might pay fees, but also government pays a subsidy for them. If you exclude a student, especially for low amounts or small amounts from attending the university, you are foolish. You are stupid financially, because you're going to lose the subsidy, which might actually be large. So those are the levers the management team and the council has to manage all of the time, trying to strike a balance. Then the student protests. Recently, I think that there was a situation where protests were arising in relation to an adjustment of the initial fee. It's wrongly called the registration fee. We don't have a registration fee. It's part of the fees, but what you pay initially, and then there are two other installments that you do. This adjustment from 5,000 to 7,500, which, by the way, is lower than universities X, Y, and Z, who are 15,000, 20,000, 30,000 upfront. I won't mention names. Was consulted on to many stakeholders and agreed to already in 2021, right? So the attempted some members of a group of the SRC attempted to mobilize. The mobilization to protest is fine. Protest is part of our constitution, and protesting is okay. What is not okay is the following: is when you resort to disruption of classes, or attempt to disrupt classes, or block buses and block a campus where people cannot leave or come in, classes are cancelled. We're at a sensitive point, Madam Chair and honorable members. Students were traumatized by not being on campus and having contact classes. Do you know we have people who have never been to class since 2020 because of COVID, and now they have a chance to come there, and this is disrupted. Our precautionary suspension of those members was to simply persuade them that this is not the way we should handle this matter, and the precautionary suspension is appealable and was appealed, and that matter resolved and the suspension removed. What will now follow is our Vice Principal for Student Life, Prof. Mosia, is informed the rest of the executive and engaged the SRC, is what I call fact-based dialogues on how to move forward. Because we must move forward together. How do we manage financial sustainability? And also what we have done also is that, and this is the commitment we are making, no deserving academically qualifying student will be excluded because they cannot afford that adjustment. Second, not all students will pay that adjustment. If you are an FSAS, you are exempted. If you have a bursary or scholarships, which we're increasing all of the time, will be accepted. The university also is putting up a fund to support all of those students. That will be, like I said again, excluding any student because of that adjustment is not in the best interest of the university. We will lose more money in that way. So we often do it also with student debt. So every year, I can inform you, Madam Chair, and this committee. And sometimes we also work with the SRC. You find there are students who cannot return to campus because they owe 1,000 rand. We always make a decision as an executive, and we're supported by our council, to fold that 1,000 rand into the next year's fees. But we do it on a rolling basis. But also we find other means to support those students. The SRC often has a fund. It's also very limited. If we had more money, it should grow to support anyone who can. Because again, losing any student kills two strategic goals. One, access and student success goes out of the window, the graduation numbers go down. Second, our financial sustainability goes down because what the student owes, they have to square it against what they will get if the student actually graduates. That is why there are payment plans, there are acknowledgement of debts plans, and all of that. And so that will be managed in that particular fashion. Let me conclude, Chair, by saying the following, that I would like to talk to these points in conclusion fairly strongly. The university practices and is committed to fact-based dialogue with all stakeholders who wish to make inputs into decisions and policies using the means that are available at a university and what we know best and we do best: rational, logical, written proposals, argumentation, and so on, and using all of our policies, including the escalation policy. It's not in our best interest not to do it that way. We have to role model to society how disputes are resolved in society. Because also we have a situation in our country where in some parts of our situations, people resort to means that do not enhance the social cohesion that we need. I'm also here acknowledging, Chair and honorable members, that there will be differences and disagreements on policies and decisions at the university. That not at all times will the management be able to accede to demands or policy inputs, but that the management, under the guidance of the council, owes one thing to South Africa: to make intelligent, informed decisions that are in the best interests of the university and society, and not to have a management that will accede to things it knows will not work or will put the university into financial risk and lack of sustainability. The university will continue to strike balances that are socially sensitive and seek inclusivity. It's the beauty of our constitution. It enjoins us to do that, to create a new society, but a new society based on these kinds, striking the right kinds of balances. Those balances will not always please everybody at all points and at all times, and I acknowledge that. The university is increasing its effort to achieve transformation, inclusivity, and equitability in all it does. The university will ensure that the institution is sustainable and continues to offer a high-quality education and conducts transformative research that contributes to South Africa and Africa's development. We cannot fail you in this regard. It will be a betrayal of the nation's hopes and aspirations. But we will not be able to sleep well in our graves if we do not achieve that. The university is working with all stakeholders in society, now not just in the university. Remember, I said that what we want to do at the beginning, take the university out of the ivory tower and its fences, back to society. That is where it belongs. University is a social institution in society, from local communities to national, regional, global partners, to address challenges that face all societies across the world. Madam Chair, I thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation. Honorable members, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. and as well as to Mr. Dlamini, the chair of the council. I'd like to, it's 11 o'clock now, colleagues, I'd like to hand over to the SRC president and SG. You have 15 minutes allocated, then to the IF, another 15 minutes, and then to workers, another 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. So basically in our presentation, we were asked to cover 3 points, which is transformation in the institution, challenges that students experience, and the recent purchase that we have. The SG will start with the first point. So we're basically going to do the presentation together.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, again, thank you for the platform, honourable members. Thank you to University of Pretoria Executive Management and members of Council and IF for being here, and we look forward to the engagement. Yes. Okay. So effectively speaking to transformation at the University of Pretoria, there are 4 key aspects or key areas that we'd like to speak to. The first would be residence and accommodation, followed by economic transformation, academic and curriculum transformation, and the last one being institutional transformation. So effectively, just to begin with residence and accommodation, there are several issues that we have noted, having been on the ground with students for a year now. Myself and the president have actually served two terms in the SRC, and so we've been in this position for a while, and we've been in a position to engage students. And so the first sort of issue of concern that we'd like to raise is that of tax res placement. The fact of the matter is that the placement policy is not transparent, and as student leaders, having been in the space now for 2 years, when it comes to the placement of students, it's a very clear fact that the vast majority of NSFAS funded students go to private accommodations as opposed to tax res. And so our recommendation, at least, is number one, that there's a review every 2 years when it comes to the placement policy, and number two, that the SRC and various student leaders have a far more involved role in that placement policy. And the fact is that the reason we say this is, for example, one of the key areas that we've identified as a very big issue is that of the performance review. So at the University of Pretoria, specifically tax res, what they speak to, or at least one of the requirements, is that of performance, academic performance. And so it must be noted that poor academic performance will result in obviously various difficulties, including, for example, losing your placement. And so one of the issues there is that perpetuates more poor academic performance. And so it just seems as though we're running away from the issue rather than solving it. Second, or at least thirdly, in this regard, the one thing that we do want to speak to is that of a formal information session about racial and class demographics in these spaces, because the fact is that, like I said, by virtue of the fact that we are not involved in the placement policy to the level that we'd like to be, we don't have access to those statistics specifically in relation to class, and so we are not aware of how many students are placed who come from quintile 1 and quintile 2 schools, for example, as a proxy of class. The second thing is private accommodation issues and conditions. So as the SRC, we've been very active in and around private accredited accommodation. The fact is that this year, probably more than any year as the SRC, we've had to be more on the ground when it came to those issues, because a number of our students have faced several issues in a lot of the accredited accommodations. And so our issue there is that, number one, or at least our recommendation is that non-compliance is actually pursued by the university. So the moment that a private accredited accommodation does no longer comply with what it was agreed upon to do, the non-compliance is implemented, because the fact is that time and again, the university has been very lenient when it came to issues that students in private accommodations are facing. There is another issue, but I'll speak to that under leadership structures. Residence culture. Now, this is obviously a very prominent issue. The fact is that in as much as, for example, we're well aware of the fact that the, students of color make up the majority of the university, the residence culture as a manifestation of the greater institutional culture is not conducive to students of color, is not conducive to students who are part of the queer community. They are not conducive to students from previously marginalized and currently marginalized groups. And the reason that we say this is because, number one, we've been on the ground. As the SRC, we know what we're talking about when we say that students do not feel comfortable, and those who do feel comfortable, at least those who do not feel comfortable, are not in a position to voice out their concern. By the university's own culture survey, it was well known that it was well raised that the fact that students are not in a position to raise their concerns, or they're not comfortable to raise their concerns, especially within the residences. So the last point I do want to speak to you is that of leadership structures. The biggest issue, and we have raised a formal proposal to the vice principal of Student Life, is that of residence structures, so tax residence structures, university residence structures. The fact is that those are not democratic processes, and so effectively what we've raised there is that as it stands, there's an appointment process of student leaders in the residences of the University of Pretoria. And so we've said that we want to see true democracy, where one student, one vote, the majority rule. And the reason that we want to do this is obviously for more representative leadership, and our biggest concern here is that in as much as a student leader can be an excellent leader, if they're appointed, they're not in the same position as if they're elected. And so our biggest issue there is that we'd like to then push. We have requested, but we haven't received any feedback from the university regarding our proposal. The second thing about leadership structures is that of private accredited accommodation. The fact is that the DSA and the Greater University of Pretoria does not recognize to the same level as tax res, well, university residents. They do not recognize leadership structures within private accredited accommodations. And so that puts us in a difficult position where now we have to go and resolve all of the matters that exist within those accommodations. And so we have also proposed a formal solution moving forward. In fact, at the beginning or middle of the year, we had proposed it to the university, where we actually need to give private accredited accommodations the same level of acknowledgement of their leadership structures that we give to UP residences.
The next point that I will speak to is economic transformation. It has to do more with the financial aspect of things. So our first point is access to financial resources by middle and working class students. So in the university, we have about 53,000 students. About 12,000 students are NSFAS funded. About 4,000 students are use external bursaries. So we now have about 30,000 students that do not necessarily have funding that pay for themselves. And 60% of the students at the university are middle class students. And then Prof. Kupe did speak to it. We have financial aid. So financial aid, students apply, then you can get a bursary or UP assist loan, or we have two types of loans, UP assist loan and UP loans. So we gathered information from the financial aid office. So the total applications that the institution has this year is 4,833. And from UP managed bursaries, about 738 have been assisted this year. So out of that 4,833 students, 4,246 of them are funded. So most of them are funded by NSFAS, and some are partially funded by bursaries that maybe cover just tuition fee, and 587 of those have no funding at all, and their debt currently sits at 29 million rands. So with the recent engagements that we as the SRC have gotten into, our argument is that if these students don't have a plan, if these students don't get enough money, they're going to be sitting with a whole debt of 29.2 million rands, and these are 587 students that next year might not even be able to register again with the fee increment. The other point, I just briefly touched on it, obviously, is the price increment and registration fee increment. We say it's registration fee because if you do not pay that amount, unfortunately, you cannot register. And yes, there are financial measures and acknowledgements of debts that the institution has, but with the acknowledgement of debt, you need to make a financial arrangement and pay 50%. For a student that has a debt, you need to pay 50% of what you owe, and then you have to pay the registration fee on top of that. So imagine a student that stays in tax res and tuition fee. So that's about 100 and something thousand rands. You need to pay 50,000 rands, and then you still need to pay the 7.5 that the university is proposing. And then the other point that is part of this slide, which is access to learning and study material. The SRC at the beginning of the year, part of our financial, or rather our study aid fund, we assist with registration fee and we assist with buying of textbooks. However, the money is limited. We have about 200,000 that we get allocated, and then we take 200,000 from our operational plan budget, and with that money we need to assist with registration fee. With that money we need to assist with buying of textbooks and so forth. And this year there were also challenges of no laptops. So last year there were laptops, 2020 there were laptops, obviously because of the whole COVID situation. But in as much as we are back in the institution physically, there are some students that probably stay in Arcadia. They cannot come at 12 a.m. in the night just to use PCs in the institution. So there's also that problem of this year. There were no laptops that were given out to students, or rather the laptops that were loaned out to students. Speak to the next point.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Basically, yes, the third point that we like to speak to when it comes to transformation is that of academic and curriculum transformation. So just briefly, the first one would be the language policy change. So obviously we're well aware of, or at least for context, we're well aware of the fact that at the moment, the University of Pretoria uses English as a medium for academics. And so that's obviously, the universal language that students would generally would be willing to engage with. And so our biggest concern is, at least we welcome the sort of push towards multilingualism. Obviously that's better because we want a more representative academic landscape, if you will. And so our biggest concern, however, with that push towards multilingualism, in as much as it's coming from DHET as well, is that as it stands right now, Afrikaans obviously has been developed as an academic language for many, many years. And so what we must then speak to is the fact that as a language, Afrikaans is more than ready to be reintroduced as a means for academics. However, what we must acknowledge is that Sepedi, specifically within the University of Pretoria, is the third language that they would like to, or that's being proposed that would be used in academics. However, our biggest concern is that it's not at the same level as Afrikaans is, or as English. And so our concern here is that what will happen is that we'll push towards multilingualism, but it will return to or at least the way the academic system will work is that we will return back to a point where Afrikaans and English become the main languages of academic engagement. And so Sepedi will be sort of an afterthought. And so our biggest, or at least our recommendation at this point, is that rather than reintroducing Afrikaans and Sepedi together, we need to develop Sepedi to the point that it is an academic language. And then from there, we can then reintroduce Afrikaans and Sepedi. But on top of that, one of our biggest concerns is that when we do speak, we in various structures, I know our members in the institutional forum, our members in Senate, and our members in council, if I'm not mistaken, I stand to be correct there, did raise the fact that, why is Afrikaans being reintroduced when we do have other languages that can be used, other African languages that can be used as a means of academics in addition to Sepedi. The second point that I'd like to speak to when it comes to academic and curriculum transformation, most academic transformation, is that of the N+1 rule. So the university has recently, or at least this year, as part of its general rules and regulations, implemented an N+1 rule where students only have the total number of years, or the minimum number of years for their degree, plus one year to finish their degree. And so our concern here is that this was a change from last year, where it was N+2 from what we understand. And so our issue here is that, number one, when it came to consultation, right, it may have been possible that the 2021 SRC may have been consulted, but the 2022 SRC, we have raised our concern about it. We've made our voices heard, and we've said that as N+1, number one, what informs the decision?
I sincerely apologize. Can you just fix something? Because the presentation and how it's being seen on the virtual platform is a bit problematic.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the second point I'd like to speak to is that, as I said, N+1. And so our biggest concern is we understand, obviously, NSFAS then implemented an N+1 rule nationally, but we still feel like it doesn't justify increasing or decreasing the number of years to finish your degree, on the grounds that if we're saying that NSFAS students may exceed the N+1 rule, then, they have 1 year left, and there is a letter of propensity that students can then request from their faculties to speak to. So it doesn't justify excluding a student if they've exceeded their degree by 1 year. And so that's our concern there, is that we feel like there wasn't enough justification provided to the students. And so we have raised our concerns about that. But again, that was to no avail. We haven't received any sort of positive impact in that regard. The last one I do want to speak to is that of faculty autonomy. So this is where it becomes difficult when we speak about curriculum transformation. While certain faculties are very progressive when it comes to curriculum transformation, especially when we talk about things like community service. I think the VC had also mentioned certain faculties have, as part of their programs, social outreach modules and whatever the case is. The unfortunate reality is that that's not consistently applied throughout all faculties. And so our recommendation then is that, for example, within the NAS faculty, I myself am a student there. There is no module that speaks specifically to, or at least no program that speaks specifically to social outreach or community engagement. So our recommendation is that it needs to become an institutionally implemented sort of mandate where community outreach or social outreach needs to be within the curriculum of the institution. But on top of that, I think students also need to be able to be given the platform and need to be encouraged to participate when it comes to curriculum transformation, to voicing their concerns.
Okay, the next point I'm going to speak to is institutional transformation. So these are the measures that have been done by the institution to sort of cultivate a more inclusive structure, particularly from students and staff that are in marginalized groups. So that is students with disabilities and students belonging in the LGBTQ community and students from financially disadvantaged backgrounds. So as Prof indicated, we do have a transformation office, which is tasked basically with investigating should someone report anything that has to do maybe with discrimination, racism, sexual harassment, and so forth. And then the institution adopted the trans protocol, which speaks to creating a more safer, if I can say, more safe and inclusive environment for students that identify as LGBTQI and trans students. However, what we've seen with this is that in as much as it has been adopted, but the implementation steps are still a bit slow. We still have staff members, from lecturers to security guards, which are not necessarily sensitized. And some people, prefer certain pronouns. And you find that some staff members are still not aware of such things. And then we do have the disability unit, which assists students with disabilities. So should a student require extra time in an exam, they assist with that. They give maybe physically disabled students tours around campus, and they play a very big role. I personally have worked with them. And then we do have career services, which assists with skills development, if I can put it in that way, of students while they're still completing their undergrads and postgrad and after graduating. And then with the general student culture, what we'd like to speak to is, I think as you also touched on it, the institutional culture in itself. And this is heavily reflected in how students participate. So we have 4 day houses at the University of Pretoria. Day houses are basically for students that are not in res, and according to the stats that Prof. Kupe gave, about 8,000 students are in tax res. So that means that the entire population that is not part of tax res has to basically form part of day students, or rather day students is a more better place for them to partake in activities that students in tax res partake in. But the issue is that these 4 residences, all in all, they actually have 43 members. 43 members. The day students have 43 members, which is very problematic. And out of those 4, 2 of them are there's no diversity in terms of leadership, and this is also seen in participation of events such as Stugu that the VC also touched on. We have events hosted by Stugu. It's sort of the same people and same cultures, even after the years that we still see in the university, and there's not much diversity or inclusion. That's why we see a whole lot of students of color that don't necessarily take part in the day houses. And the other point that I would like to speak to, I think it's also reflected in the institutional culture survey, the inadequate, students basically don't feel represented in decision-making structures. So in faculty house students don't feel represented, and sometimes even us as the SRC, we do feel that some consultations are okay, this is what is going to happen. It's sort of an informing than rather let's talk, let's negotiate kind of setting. And another point that I think falls under this decision making. So there is a standing committee of council, which is the executive of council, which there is no student representation in. And we feel that council is a more of like a rubber stamp structure, not necessarily decision making structure, because most of the decisions are made in the standing committee of council. Then they come to council where you will raise your opinions or what you think about that particular point. But at that point, it is a bit too late because a decision has already been made. So that's also where we sort of struggle in terms of institutional transformation, the inclusion of student leaders in decision making and not just the sort of informing them. Yeah.
Thank you, President. So effectively, the second point that we were asked to speak to was challenges experienced by students. And once again, from being on the ground, from being with students, these were the 5 areas that we'd like to speak to. First and foremost is academic challenges, followed by financial challenges, mental health challenges, finally, second last is student safety, and the last one would be student hunger.
Okay, so with academic challenges, I did briefly touch on it. So lack of access to study materials, so laptops and textbooks for certain students, and the N+1 rule that has been implemented by the university. SG touched on it. However, I'd like to add that so post-COVID, we have a new breed of students that completed their high school in COVID. So obviously things are very much different for them. So when they're given an extra 1 year to complete their study, that is a bit inconsiderate given the fact that it has actually even been confirmed by the university that the new breed of students that have entered post-COVID are students that have higher mental health issues. So I think the institution should look into expanding, possibly going back to N+2 or going beyond that, because there are many challenges that students face, financial, mental health issues that sort of play a factor in affecting the academic performance. So the N+1 rule is very limiting because we're also dealing with a whole lot of exclusions at the moment from the same faculties. And I'll speak to this. It's one of my other points, touches on lack of educational programs on UP student rules and regulations and incompetent faculty student admins. We have student admins that give students the wrong advice. Students follow that advice. Students get excluded from faculty level to Senate level. You send the students back to the very same maybe deputy deans and student admins, and they're made to go around in circles. So that adds more academic pressure. It plays a factor as well in the exclusion of students in the university. Financial challenge.
Just speaking to the next point is financial challenges. Sorry, Chair, I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, so the first, as we mentioned, was NSFAS N+1. And so the reason I mentioned this is obviously separate to the N+1 rule imposed by the university. This is obviously the national N+1 rule enforced by NSFAS on the grounds that what we've experienced this year is that there have been a number of students who were allowed to register at the beginning of the year on the assumption that they were funded by NSFAS, but then obviously they lost their funding throughout the year due to the enforcement of the N+1 rule. So this now puts the student in a position where they haven't got their degree as of yet, and they have debt that they have to pay to the institution. And so our biggest difficulty here, while we obviously recognize that the finance department has attempted through the financial aid program, there are still a number of students that we've identified that have come to us who are in a position where they don't have access to accommodation, they don't have access to studying material, they don't have access to food. But because they don't have access to their allowances, but they're on campus. And so our difficulty here is now when we do engage with these students, there's nothing that we as the SRC can then do because we don't have the budget, nor do we have the resources to then assist the student. When it comes to food, we'll speak to it slightly later. There is a program that we can somewhat rely on when it comes to food, but like I said, in terms of capacity, it's not where we'd like to see it. The second thing that I'd like to say is the NSFAS registration. Obviously, this may have been explained or could have been explained slightly better in the slide, but effectively, when students from NSFAS are registering at the beginning of the year, as per the statutes of the university, those students who are funded by NSFAS should be allowed to register. However, every year, we as SRC have to step in and formally request that those students be allowed to register. This has happened for the past 2 years. I can guarantee that it has because I've been there when we had to send those communications. And so our concern here is that it's in the statute of the university, and yet we still have to now request, can these students please be allowed to register? And so it comes to sort of the practical aspect of the comes to the practical aspect of those systems that exist. And so that's where our issues come in. A lot of the issues that we face on the ground are very different to what's being explained by sort of the systems from a upper structure level. The third thing I'd like to speak to is lack of funding opportunities for the missing middle students. So while obviously financial aid exists, a large number of that financial aid comes in the form of loans. And so our difficulty there is, if we're speaking about student debt, it's not fair to direct students towards UP loans or UP assist loans, where either they have to have sureties, which may not be the case, they may not have sureties, or they may be in a position where they have to pay back the loan, but with interest. And so our biggest concern there is, okay, why are we directing students there if we are complaining about or student debt? And so our question there is then, why is there, or there needs to be, our recommendation at least needs to be that there is an increased number of bursaries available, although we do understand obviously that number of bursaries come from private sector or wherever else. The fact is that loans are not a alternative when it comes to students who may not be able to register. The second thing that I do want to speak to is funding opportunities, is that when we speak to the registration fee specifically, and we'll mention this slightly later on in our presentation, the fact is that financial aid is only available, practically speaking, to students who are already registered, which means that you have to register as a student in order to apply for financial aid. Now, our issue there with the registration fees, that 7,500 next year and 10,000 rand the following year, needs to be paid up front before a student can apply to the university for financial aid. So the financial aid system is not an alternative to the registration fee. And so I will speak to that slightly later. Myself, President, will speak to that slightly later. But that's what we speak to when we're saying lack of funding opportunities for missing middle students. The last one that we do want to speak to is residence and accommodation affordability. So the fact is, like I said, unless you are funded by NSFAS or you can afford by yourself residence and accommodation within Hatfield or within Groenkloof and Prince of campuses, it's incredibly expensive to find placement in these accommodations. And the reason that we bring this up here is because obviously that then perpetuates poor academic performance or lack of sustained academic performance, because you can't find accommodation. And so Hatfield, when we do speak to other institutions, we've had a number of other institutions that have engaged with us, the SRC specifically. Hatfield specifically, where the main campus of University of Pretoria is incredibly expensive relative to these other universities. And so our issue here is that there's a lack of affordability for students of the middle class and students of the working class, specifically in relation to these accommodations.
Thank you, SJ. I will speak to the mental health challenges. So we do have a student counseling unit where there are psychologists available for students should students want someone to talk to. However, the crisis is that they're understaffed, and this we've gathered obviously from the engagements that we've had with students. Several societies have also raised these concerns with the student counseling unit. An app has been developed called Scooby, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll give you tips. If you're stressed, they give you tips, do this, do that. However, I think as humans here, we all know sometimes people have different preferences, and really for some people for something to be more effective for other people, they need more, physical sessions and so forth, and the waiting period as well, which is also something we have raised with the student counseling unit, is a bit lengthy. So a student has to probably wait about 2 weeks. So they need to be screened, and then you need to be, how severe a situation is, they analyze how severe a situation is, and allocation can take up to 2 weeks, which is problematic because for a student that needs someone to speak to at that point and at that spot, you don't know what that particular student can do. And then obviously what also adds pressure is mental health causes more mental health issues is academic pressure, and moreover the role that faculties and I'm going to make it one, and finance role plays and processes play in the institution. So unresponsiveness, I previously touched on it in the previous slide, unresponsiveness from student staff admins. They can take up to a week to respond. Students, they feel more academic pressure, and then this then results in mental health challenges. And semester 2, unfortunately, I think in most universities is known as a suicide semester, because that is when students literally, with all the resources available, some students just end up committing suicide because the academic pressure is too much. And on top of that, financial pressure is too much, because in as much as, yes, we have NSFAS, we do know NSFAS, you are funded today, you're not funded tomorrow. You're funded today, you're not funded tomorrow. You're funded today, and so forth. So those are some of the things that also play a role in the mental health aspect of the students' lives.
Yes, thank you, President. Speaking to the next point, student safety. Now, this is an issue that we've consistently advocated throughout the year, but I think even more so now. So the safety on campus, and I want to speak to the fact that number one, I think students don't feel safe, in as much as there may be security services or external security structures. The fact of the matter is that students do not feel safe in and around campuses, and so the reason that we bring this up here, obviously, and I do mention the second point, safety in and around residence and private accredited accommodation, is that it is, again, something we've communicated now publicly with our students, is that very recently there's been a student who has unfortunately passed away because he was fatally shot outside a residence on his way to accommodation. And so our biggest concern is that, number one, obviously that's a student, that's somebody whose parents' future relied on. That's an individual who had a future, and now they have passed away, due to a lack of safety. And I don't think we're blaming the institution. That's definitely not what we're doing here. But what we are saying is that there's, from our perspective as student leaders and as students, there is a lack of safety measures when it comes to student spaces. And the reason I say student spaces is because we're referring to both on campus and off campus, in and around residences and accommodations. And so while we acknowledge that, for example, we have Hatfield CID and we have the K9 units, all of these private security services, we do feel that they are nowhere near enough to guarantee safety for students. And so, again, our recommendation is that there needs to be an increase in the number of contracted security services. So people need to be given, and the only way that that's possible is if we ensure that security guards themselves and security services feel safe in order to protect students. And so that's an unfortunate reality, is that, for example, with the university, there is a program called the Green Route, where security guards will accompany students to their accommodations, late at night. And our concern there, at least when it comes to the great issue that we're speaking to here, is that those security guards themselves don't feel safe, because they have to travel as one person from campus to wherever the student is going, and they have to come back by themselves. And so, again, it speaks to the lack of a large amount of staff, of contracted workers, and workers who are protected, as well as have access to those benefits that they deserve. And the last one I think President will speak to is GBV and hate crime incidents.
Okay, so I believe that this even started last year. So there's a whole lot of gender-based violence crimes or situations in our private accommodations, and then the issue then comes in with what SG mentioned. There's no student representation there, so you find that most of these students are clueless as to what do I do if I've experienced this in a private accommodation. And most of the service providers, the owners of those private accommodations, they have no policies in place to say, if maybe one student has been harassed by another that stays in the same accommodation, this is what's going to happen. And in terms of hate crime incidents, I briefly touched on it, the sensitization of staff members, whether it be academic staff members or security guards. A little comment can really damage or do something to a student that identifies different from what they look like.
Yeah, okay. So the next point that we want to speak to is student hunger. And so the first thing that I do want to, as the SRC, we do want to say is that largely the university has been proactive in dealing with that via the SNAP program. So the SNAP program is effectively a program run by the Department of Student Affairs, where students who will apply for the program and then will get the relief that they need. The one thing that we do want to say is that obviously while it has increased capacity over the past few years, we do definitely want to encourage even more increased capacity on the grounds that we are aware of the fact that there are many students who would have applied and didn't get the relief that they need, or at least the immediate relief that they needed. And so we had to step in from our own cost centers or from our own capacity to address those or assist those students. And so we do want to encourage increased capacity of the SNAP program. The second thing that I do want to speak about is the cost of food on all campuses. Firstly, when we speak to the issue of the cost of food on all campuses, we are speaking to the fact that food has obviously increased, and we acknowledge that that's an unfortunate reality. However, what we have seen is that there's an inconsistency in the cost of food across different campuses. And so, for example, in our Mamelodi campus, we do see that the cost of food is incredibly high relative to the University of Pretoria Hatfield campus. And so that's one of the concerns that we'd like to raise. And so the recommendation is that there needs to be a standardized cost of food, because the fact is that obviously we can't allow students who are coming to university to enter classes on empty stomach on the grounds that they can't afford food on campus. Then obviously we have a lack of access to stoves and ovens. So within so within UP residences, certain residences do not have stoves and ovens. And so our concern there is that obviously students are then not in a position to, even if they buy their own groceries, to cook their own food or to access cooked meals outside of what the university is providing, or at least what they can buy from Taxres itself. The last one, I think I must just contextualize. So one of the issues, in as much as SNAP is a very effective program when it comes to assisting students in terms of hunger, there is also another program that assists students who need sanitary pads. And so we do welcome that program. We encourage that program and participation in that program. And on top of that, we do also want to see an increased capacity of that program. The unfortunate reality is that other toiletries, so things like soap, toothpaste, toothbrush, especially students who may lose funding throughout the year, as I mentioned earlier, students who are affected by N+1, those students are in a position where now they don't have basic access to basic toiletries. And so our concern there is that those programs do not exist. And so in as much as we can step in as the SRC, there is only so much we can do with the budget that we do have. And so we'd like to see an institutionalized program that speaks to general toiletries, because we know that the institution does have that capacity, because on a few occasions there have been events held by student structures where students have come forth with toiletries, and so we'd like to see that institutionalized in that regard.
Our last point was the recent student protest. So the student protest, if I'm not mistaken, we started on the 24th of August. This was because of the whole registration fee issue. So the announcement was made on the 25th of June, and on that very same day, I remember we had sent out communique to the executive of the institution requesting for a meeting to speak about the issue, because as soon as that communication went out, students reached out to the SRC asking if we are aware of this and how can we let it be, because they really do expect us to speak for them in such situations when such decisions are made. So we did reach out to the executive of the institution on the same day. It was exam time, so it was stated that we would then have a meeting next semester rather, which started on the 25th of August, if I'm not mistaken. And then following that, prior to that, the SRC had done a Google form to engage students online, because some students had went home at that time because it was still during exams. So some students had went home during that time. We did a Google form with solutions that we proposed, and asking for more solutions as well, or alternatives rather, from students about the whole registration fee issue. And then coming back to campus, we had a meeting with executive of the university. I think it was on the 7th or the 14th or the 4th, I'm not quite sure, but it was somewhere in August, where we presented our solutions and just asked if we can, go back to the drawing board and have executive rethink the decision again. And then that was done. And then communique was sent, I'm not quite sure, 17 August, if I'm not mistaken, confirming that the university maintains its stance of keeping the increments where they are.
Sorry, I'm not sure. Can you just go back? Yeah, thank you. So effectively, what I do want to speak to here is that just to provide a little bit of context, right, what the increased registration fees are. And the reason we still call them registration fees is because they need to be paid in order for the student to register. So in saying that, as it stands, as of 2021, 2022, South African undergraduate students and SADC undergraduate students had to pay 5,000 Rand in order to register at the University of Pretoria. What is going to then happen, unless we obviously oppose it, is that by 2023, there's going to have to be 7,500 Rand by South African and SADC undergraduate students paid upfront, which is a 50% increase. And then by 2024, 10,000 Rands upfront. And so our concern, firstly, is that, I mean, it's unheard of to have a 100% increase in 2 years in order for the institution to register. If there is a need to increase, which again is something that we'll speak to in a second, we have proposed solutions. And so from our perspective, what we've done, we've consulted with students, effectively these increases are not justifiable. Like, we can't justify 100% increase in undergraduate students. For postgraduate students, it must be noted that it's from 7,500 Rand as of this year to 10,000 Rand and then 12,500 in the following year. International undergraduate students outside of the SADC region have to pay 40,000 Rand upfront, and then international postgraduate students have to pay 50% of the total tuition fee upfront in order to register. And so as the SRC, what we then did was, we had obviously, on the day that it was communicated to students that this was going to happen, is that we vehemently rejected the increments, as well as then tried to consult and engage with the institution. So there had been extensive deliberation and engagement with the university, as President had highlighted, where we went back and forth to the point where we even proposed solutions to students, to the university, alternative solutions. And so in that communication that we proposed alternative solutions to the university, we said that it's entirely possible that if we'd like to engage, what we'd like to see is a 10% increase in the registration fee, which was then obviously going to be 5,500, and then a 5,000 Rand 500 Rand increase for South African postgraduate students. And so what that would then mean is that it's only going to increase by 500 Rand, over next year, and then that can be a gradual increase over however many years, because it's not justifiable to increase by 2,500 Rand in 1 year. So in saying that we had exhausted all of those mechanisms, we've engaged, there were 3 different communications, and then obviously we consulted the student body with our proposed solutions. And that is effectively what's on the next slide. So it just must be noted that we had extensively, or we had a sort of large-scale engagement procedure with our student body, where we had just under 3,000 responses via Google form, which again must be noted is a substantial number of students. Or it's, from what I understand, more than what the institutional culture survey of the university had. And so what we're saying here is that the majority of students, the significant majority of students, Chair, I think it's next slide. Thank you. A significant majority of students agrees with the stance of the SRC, where we said, look, we're willing to negotiate, and we'd like to see maybe a 10% increase as opposed to a 50% increase. And so we are well aware, we're well informed of the decision that we had made then to negotiate with the institution. As President said, we did have a meeting, but equally in that meeting, what had then happened was it was 2 members of the executive as opposed to the whole executive being present. And from there, those members then communicated the decision that was already made, as opposed to hearing out what our points were. We did request that it's then taken back to executive management, which it then was. However, the university maintains its decision to increase to 2,500 for both undergrad and postgrad students. And so at that point, then we were left with no decision but to then take it to students. And so we held a mass meeting where we requested all structures be present. The vast majority of DSA, Department of Student Affairs structures, were present. And we had students who were present there. we then had to request what students saw as the way forward. We explained to students what the situation was and what the institution was then saying, and about the fact that even though we are trying to engage with the institution in good faith, the institution is not listening to where we're coming from. They're not hearing what we are saying. So we then obviously asked student body, look, what is the way forward? As students, as the SRC, what do we do from here? And so it was suggesting that there should be a mass demonstration and a shutdown of campus. And so as students, then we had decided with the student body that is how we're going to act. However, it must be noted that on the first day we did say, look, we're going to disrupt classes. However, from that day onwards, we refrained from going into lecture halls. And we had, when we did go into lecture halls, requested permission from all lecturers to please engage the students who are sitting in those lectures. And so every lecturer that we did engage with did agree to give us permission. And so I just wanted to please be noted that all actions in these demonstrations were non-violent. They were free from any intimidation. There was no property that was vandalized, and no student or staff member was threatened or hurt. And so the intention of these mass demonstrations, as communicated to the greater student body, was that we do want to engage with the executive management, but again, from a point of having shown them that students are upset, because it seems as though when the SRC is communicating, it's not sufficient, because we are saying, look, as the SRC, we don't agree with these increments, but the institution continued to proceed anyway. And so what we then decided is, look, as students, maybe we can then convince the executive management. So we did request, or at least time and again communicate to the executive management of the university to please, we're going to stop any mass action that we do have the moment that there is a time and a date for a meeting where we can sit down as the SRC and the student body, as well as executive management, and we can discuss a way forward. To date, this meeting has not occurred.
And then, as SG said, there was suspension of 7 SRC members, which has been overturned, and victimization of some of the students that were taking part in the protest. As I stated, the suspensions were overturned, and as SG said, we are yet to have that meeting with the executive of the university, but I think our stance is still clear. We are still saying we genuinely don't understand why registration fees have to increase to the proposed figures that management has put forth.
As part of the victimization of student leaders, the one thing I do want to speak about is also there was intimidation of students by the university, by various mechanisms. The reason we do want to raise it as well is that as the SRC, number one, it was the SRC resolution that we do then have a mass meeting, and if we need to have a shutdown of campus. So the entire SRC was in agreement by consensus. And the second thing we do want to speak to is that we feel it was incredibly harmful because in a number of communications, the students who were with us and as well as the SRC were called hijackers. We were called, or at least we were saying we're intimidating other students or other staff members. And that's incredibly harmful because it paints a narrative that is not conducive to the message that we are pushing, is that it's a peaceful demonstration, that we want to engage with the executive management of the university. And by calling us, hijackers, or by claiming that we were harmful in any means or by any mechanism, is incredibly disingenuous from our part, and we do just want to raise that as a point of concern. And so, like we said, we've always been more than willing to engage with the executive management. In fact, that's why we decided then to engage to take it via mass action, because that seemed like it was the only way that any sort of meeting was going to happen. And so it is incredibly harmful then for those narratives to exist. And so the one thing that we do want to conclude by saying is that it is incredibly unfortunate that it has gotten to this point where we can't seem to meet each other. And we've tried time and again as student leaders to confirm that we're not just speaking from a point of anger. We're not just upset as student leaders. We're not just here to fight. There are issues there are real issues where students are facing difficulty, and the university refuses to hear what we're saying. As of 2022, there were over 2,000 students who couldn't register with the 5,000 registration fee. Over 2,000 students out of a university of over 50,000 students. imagine, I mean, the one thing that we want to say then is we can imagine if you increase that registration fee, how many more students are not going to register because of a registration fee, not going to have access to higher education, or are not going to be able to finish their degrees. And so to conclude, what we are saying is what was a few days of class that was going to be missed when there was a lifetime of education that students were going to be denied? I submit.
President, your concluding remarks, I have to hand back to you before I...
No, I think I've been covered by Secretary General. I think we've exhausted all the options that we have. The escalation policy that the university has, we've been told twice by the executive of the university that they're maintaining the stance. We even had to resort to a peaceful protest where as SG said, a certain image was painted about protesting, a certain image was painted about the SRC, and more than anything, some students were even afraid to take part of that because of what was being said about the SRC and the events of the protests. So I think we've exhausted all options, but we still maintain our stance that it's simply, we cannot just simply sit and fold our arms and let the registration fee get to the point where the university wants to take it. And I just want to thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity, and I really hope that this engagement will provide a way forward that will be more favorable to the students of the University of Pretoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the leadership of the SRC. Colleagues, I did allow the SRC almost an hour to present. And that's really because they are the representatives of the majority of the stakeholders of the institution. We've never engaged with the institution as the sixth administration. And so for me, it was an opportunity to understand what the possible lived realities of students at the University of Pretoria are. And so you'll have to pardon me, colleagues from the IF and from the unions for giving the SRC so much time, honorable members as well. I hope you'll understand. Maybe it's my bias of where I come from as a activist, but I want to assure you, VC, that I sit as the chairperson of the committee and not necessarily with my cap as a former student activist. So everyone is protected in the house. So thank you very much to the SRC for those particular insights. I'd like to hand over to the IF and then we will hand over to the workers. Colleagues, if we could by 12:30 ensure that we have handed over to members to make their engagements, we would truly appreciate that cooperation. So I'll hand over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. No, it's still good morning. Chairperson, during the introductions, I thought that you were asking if I was going to present with another colleague, to which I said no. But I'm actually represented here by a couple of members of the IF. So our registrar sits in the IF with us, our vice president of student life, members of the SRC also form part of the IF, as well as the members of the union. So these are the people that are here representing the IF today. I've been asked to give an overview of the IF's activities and focal areas for 2022. I'm mindful of the time. Fortunately, we've already heard from our student body, and this is feedback that I was going to give. The union members are also going to give a presentation, so I'm going to defer to the presentations that have already been given for the purposes of time. But in terms of the focal areas for the institutional forum for this year, we adopted the following matters as a priority for 2022 and placed them as standing agenda items at all our meetings. These being gender-based violence, policy reviews, the impact of COVID-19 on our staff and students, and the return of our students to campus. I will commence with gender-based violence. This remains a standing item on the agenda of the institutional forum, with reports presented by the SRC at every meeting, as well as the Transformation Office on invitation. As a result of the pandemic and students being based at home for the first half of this year, the number of cases reported to the committee was unusually low as compared to what we saw in previous years. However, after the return of all the students to campus towards the end of July, there has been an increase in the number of incidents of cases reported of GBV. The SRC as well as the Transformation Office are monitoring all the cases that are being reported, and they continue to provide constant feedback to the IF on the effectiveness and the efficiency of the university's systems in addressing such cases. Also important to note, Chair and honorable members, we at every single orientation at the beginning of the year, we talk to our incoming student body and make them aware of all the different touch points that exist throughout the university, where they can then report incidents that they experience. This is important to mention because we obviously have students who live across the length and breadth of the city of Tshwane. We've got students who live in student accommodation. We have students living in private accommodation and others who have different arrangements for accommodation. So we felt it very important for us to actually make sure that we connect and we communicate with all our students so that wherever it is that they experience such issues, they know where to go and they know who to report to. Also important to mention is because we have different bodies that look after GBV. We've got the SRC to whom cases are reported. We've got the Transformation Office to whom certain cases are reported. Certain students also have other avenues to report either to the house mother or whoever else. Some of them also go directly to the police stations. What we are trying to do is to make sure that we marry all of the touch points to whom the students report to so that we are all in touch with what has been reported and ensure that all the cases that have been reported in their totality are actually resolved. The second standing item on the IIF's agenda is the review of the policies applicable to the mandate of the institutional forum. These, the ones that we looked at this year, are the language development plan. We had a review or a presentation of the HR policies and also a presentation on the employment equity plan. I'll start with the language development plan. At its meeting in May, the IF was consulted by the Director of Transformation on the development of a language development plan for the university. The plan is being drafted in order to interrogate whether the principles enshrined in our language policy are relevant and adequate, to identify ways in which the language development plan will apply these principles, and develop an appropriate plan for the university to give effect to the language policy. The Transformation Office engaged on the language policy and discussed whether it was still seen as ideal to facilitate transformation in terms of language in the university. And the committee agreed, in this case, the IF agreed that the consultation process was inclusive and exhaustive. So all the members of the university, staff and students and all our other stakeholders were actually presented with the draft policy plan, and with the policy reflecting the views of all the consulted stakeholders. Feedback on the language development plan was provided by the IF members, and the final plan will be tabled before the executive committee for final approval. So this is just really an overview of of the processes that we followed in terms of consulting our stakeholders on the development of the language plan. The policy reviews, we had a couple of policies that were presented to us. These were policies that were being reviewed, as well as new policies that were drafted. We received presentations from the HR department on numerous policies, these being ones reviewed and the new policies. And I'm not going to go through the list for the purposes of time. Members of the IF who are union representatives confirmed that all the policies were consulted with and received approval from the University of Pretoria's bargaining forum. So that is a good point. The HR director we were also presented with the employment equity policy, the employment equity procedures, the diversity fund guidelines, highlighting that the policies were being introduced in order to promote diversity and transformation. These are to ensure that there is adequate resource mobilization to achieve organizational goals through identified employment equity projects. Members of the IF welcomed the introduction of the ADR policy and the establishment of a diversity fund as a means to mobilize resources for transformation-related activities. The IF members' inputs were incorporated into the policies, and final drafts of these will serve at various structures for approval. Thank you, Anile. If you can go to the next one. In terms of the employment equity, honorable members, the IF periodically receives feedback from the HR department on the university's progress towards reaching its annual employment equity targets. At our meeting in August, the meeting was joined by the university's employment equity specialist, who provided the mid-year employment equity monitoring report for 2022. From the data presented, the committee noted that the university has met and exceeded its targets for professional services staff. In terms of academic staff, the committee was informed that the university was currently slightly below its annual target, and there was room for improvement, especially in the categories of HOD, professor, and senior lecturers. I think the VC in his presentation earlier on touched on this. And upon further engagement, it was found that the issue was being experienced across the higher education sector, especially at research-intensive universities. So this is just not an issue that our university is facing. I think it goes across the university sector. Honorable members, before we go on to the next slide, the well-being of our staff and students since the onset of the pandemic remains a key focus area for the IF. At each of our meetings, we discussed the impact of COVID-19, what it's had on our staff and our students, as well as the progress on the full return of students to campus. Prof. Nicholson, our registrar, Prof. Masia, the vice principal responsible for student life, our SRC and our union representatives update us on the well-being of our students and staff and the challenges that they face due to the pandemic and the support that they have been provided by the university. Again, in his presentation earlier, the VC gave an update on our COVID-19 responses, so I will defer to that presentation for more information. The SRC in their presentation have also given an indication of the challenges that the students face, so I'm not going to deliberate on that. And our union members are also going to give a presentation on the challenges that are experienced by our staff. But suffice to say, in terms of the challenges experienced by our staff on campus, chairperson and honorable members, the IF has presentation from the union representatives, the professional service staff and the academic staff. The challenges experienced by our staff are presented at each of our meetings by the respective members of the IF and deliberated upon at length. The committee attempts to ensure that staff-related issues are openly discussed should such matters be raised by any members. As it stands for this year, in our meetings and in our deliberations, there have been no significant matters raised for inclusion in the agenda of the IF, as such matters are usually raised and discussed at the bargaining forum, and our members of the union will give more details on that. The unions have also been requested by the committee to present their issues, so they will give more color, like I mentioned, to our deliberations. In terms of challenges experienced by our students, this was again discussed at length by the presentation by the SRC, so I won't repeat the feedback. But also, I just need to mention that the students are represented at the IF by no less than 10 representatives. All the challenges faced by the students are discussed at each of our meetings, and the implementation of our recommendations is made and referred to the executive and the council. And what we then do is we monitor the implementation and the progress thereof at our meetings on a regular basis. Chairperson, for the purposes of time, I'd like to move to the next slide, which is just a way forward. And in conclusion, I'd just like to say that the business of the IF is not over yet for the year. We have one more meeting scheduled for the 17th of October. And I also want to mention that as chairperson of the committee, I have witnessed increased levels of participation in our meetings by all members. And as the university continues towards fulfillment of its 2022-26 strategic plan. So that is very pleasing to give progress on. The IF remains an important stakeholder in identifying and addressing all key issues affecting our staff and students. Thank you, Chair and honorable members.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of the IF. I'd like to then hand over to workers. I'm not sure who will be leading the presentation from your side, but I'd like to believe you have put together a consolidated report on behalf of all unions that are represented, and found a way to then structure how you will present in a way that is inclusive and representational of all of you that, or representative of all of you that, or of all of the unions that are at the institution. So I'd like to hand over. I'm not sure who I'm handing over to.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be leading the presentation. Thank you, honorable members, and thank you, colleagues. Once again, my name is Huitzimang. I would like to start by saying that we are actually here during a difficult time where, like the SRC representatives mentioned, we lost a student due to criminal acts. Similarly, we lost a UP employee on the same day on Saturday, the past Saturday, who was stabbed in a township called Mamelodi, located in the east of Pretoria. May their souls rest in peace, and those many others of our comrades who passed on, particularly during the COVID pandemic. I will move over to the presentation and start by giving a bit of context in terms of the unions at the University of Pretoria, our workforce, and representation in the university. Let me start by saying that it's quite interesting that when the university management made a presentation, they did not speak about their relationship with us as a stakeholder. And similarly, they did not touch on the relationship with the students in our formal structures. Very interesting. I will talk about them though and mention our relationship because we believe that we do have a relationship. The unions at the University of Pretoria are APSA, NEHAU, UPO, and Solidarity. The university's workforce is 6,116 as per statistics in the last Employment Equity Committee meeting, and we represent almost 30% of the workforce as unions combined. We also serve in a number of committees. As the IF chairperson said, we have a seat in the IF, and then we are in the Transformation Committee, Employment Equity Committee, Skills Development, amongst other committees. Can we move to the next slide, please? Let me talk about the relationship that we have with the university and touch on our formal structures a bit. As the progressive labor movements, we believe that it's important that we speak about the positive things before we can get to all other things that we deem challenges at the University of Pretoria. We do have a functional working relationship with the university, and there's a lot of cooperation amongst us as unions. We work very well together. The university provides us with working tools and a budget that assists us in running our offices, and we are really grateful for that. We have several structures that we use to engage with various stakeholders within the university. We have what we call bilateral meetings with the Employee Relations Office, where we raise all outstanding matters or matters that are concerned to the union that cannot necessarily go to the bargaining forum or other structures within the university. And we also have quarterly meetings with the Vice Chancellor. It's all unions sitting with the Vice Chancellor in these meetings. We recently, as unions, proposed that terms of reference are developed to guide this meeting so that the meetings are more formalized and structured, and that process is in progress. We also have an established bargaining forum at the University of Pretoria, where some of the unions sit in, and the bargaining forum has contributed to a number of things, like introducing an additional affordable medical aid, because historically we only had one medical aid, which workers felt that it was not affordable. And we also get involved and initiate a number of policy development processes, and very much involved in reviewing a number of policies, particularly human resource policies and employee relations policies. Recently, one of the critical things
that was an outcome of a relationship building exercise is that there was an agreement between us and universities management through the office of the COO, Mr. Mtiani, that we put together some videos particularly in Sepedi, to communicate some of the critical policies like code of conduct. And we envision to expand that project to other languages in future. So this is one of the highlights. Moving on to the challenges of workers at the University of Pretoria, we have quite a number of challenges. And maybe I must start by mentioning the fact that most of the time we feel excluded from inception. For example, with the strategic planning, and I know the SRC also highlighted this point, that in most cases the university plans and have meetings about certain critical matters, and we are not involved in the very beginning. We only get to be informed about certain decisions and engagements that have taken place, which we think affect us. So it's actually one of our burning issue, the fact that we always treated as what we call afterthoughts. And moving on to the next challenge, there are very few opportunities for growth in the university because we don't have a clear vision when it comes to succession planning and talent management, particularly with professional staff members. With academics, obviously, you can move from being a lecturer to a senior lecturer, associate professor, and professor. But with regards to professional staff members, we really do not have those opportunities. But we would like to highlight the fact that in the last few years, we have proposed that the university develops a talent management policy, which is still in process. And maybe I must also take this opportunity to mention the fact that things take long to happen at the University of Pretoria. We sit with development of processes for a number of years, and we always complain about this. The other issue is inconsistencies in retention of employees. And this is a critical point in our view because there is no clarity in terms of how the university retain or not retain employees. For example, I'll just give a mere example where you have an administrator leaving the university in one department and they are counter-offered, and you have somebody in a similar position leaving the university and they are not counter-offered. So there is no clear guideline in terms of how staff members are retained within the university, even as academics for that matter, because we know that there are some academics that are retained by the university with huge ones of payments, and there are some who are just left to go and nothing happens in that regard. So we would like the university to develop, or we would like us as stakeholders to develop a guideline in terms of how people are retained. We know that there's a notion that such people would be critical skills, but I just gave an example of one administrator being retained in a position and the other not being retained. We also feel as labor that the university always talks about scarce skills or critical skills, but we are a knowledge production institution and we don't feel that a lot is done to capitalize on the students' graduate pool. We can't continue to say that we have skills that are lacking in engineering when we are producing engineering graduates year after year. What are we doing to give those students graduate opportunities to get into the labor force of the university? We do know there are career services offices that try to give certain opportunities to students, but we feel that it's not enough. The fact that we still sit in some meetings or some recruitment and selection processes where we are being told that we can't find a designated candidate because this is a critical skill or a critical scarce skill. It's actually a sign of us not doing enough to actually look into the pool of students that we are graduating year after year.
I will move on to the issue of salary disparities. We, as you will all know, we are a historically wide institution, and we still have a number of salary disparities. And we must say salary disparities are also caused by what I mentioned earlier with regards to retention. And they are also perpetuated by the fact that as an internal staff member, when I get a promotion, I will get a 5 or 10% salary increase, whereas a staff member who's appointed from externally will get a much higher salary increase because they are external. So the policy application is not consistent with what we would like to see as labor in trying to equalize our salaries at the University of Pretoria. The absence of pay progression, we did have pay progression in the past where we were given what we call notch increases. But in the last, I think the last 4 years or so, we had a situation where the university unilaterally decided to implement a remuneration policy that we did not agree with, and it's being implemented selectively in a sense that we no longer have pay progression because it's in the principles of this new policy that the university implemented, but such a policy was not signed on by labor or accepted by labor. We also have a number of post-retirement contracts at the University of Pretoria, and we are told those skills are scarce, but I can tell you, honorable members, at the University of Pretoria, we have post-retirement contracts of people who are in typical administrative position. We actually heard that Professor Ogude, for example, who was at Mamelodi campus, was retiring, but we are surprised to hear that she's somewhere running an academy. We cannot say that we don't have the skills in some of our younger colleagues who can be capacitated to do some of these things, as opposed to continuing to use people who have retired to run some of these programs. I want to move on to the performance management system. And we would like to start off by saying that it's a very good policy we have at the University of Pretoria. The challenges we have with regards to performance management is the implementation part of it. It's not implemented consistently by the different line managers, and a lot of our members normally raise issues of favoritism and the fact that they don't have even access to the system where they are able to log in their details and do their own performance management on the system. Sometimes because of lack of skills, they would be required to do it manually, and somebody else would sit on their behalf and capture this information. And the system itself, it's a bit, most of our lower paid workers find it very complex to complete, and it results in delays because of the lack of access and the complexities of the system itself. But we would like to reiterate the fact that with regards to the actual policy, it is a good policy, and we do acknowledge that as labor. The next point that we would like to move on to is the issue of case management. We've raised this before when the COO was appointed, and we had a meeting with the VC, and I think the registrar was present, where we raised concerns about certain cases being handled in the registrar's office, while other cases of disciplinary, if I may, handled by the Employee Relations Office. There are inconsistencies in that regard. One day as labor, we go to the ER office to inquire about a particular case, and we will be told that is in the registrar's office. And then the next day, a similar case is in the ER office. So we just want to we have spoken about this, but we still have a similar challenge where we don't know how a case ends up in the registrar's office and how cases of similar nature ends up in the Employee Relations Office. The issue of dismissals, and we want to emphasize the fact that dismissals largely affect predominantly our insourced workers who were insourced in 2016, and particularly Black employees. If you look at the number of workers that are dismissed at the University of Pretoria is predominantly your in-sourced workers and Black employees. And for us, we'll touch on this later, it's the lack of advocacy and the lack of commitment from the university to put in place corrective measures to deal with this dismissals and ensure that we do enough to make sure that our colleagues understand the policies that the university has. And I would like you to note the fact that we have moved on, we have achieved something in a sense of the videos that we have just launched. I think it's about a week or so. I touched on the lack of advocacy now, and which in our view relates largely to the dismissals and the fact that we have so many transgressions amongst our in-sourced and Black, particularly Black in-sourced staff members at the University of Pretoria. There are also concerns from the labor force regarding the limited opportunities for skills development. And maybe I must highlight the fact that at the University of Pretoria, if I'm a security guard and I want to apply for skills development funding, I will only be considered for funding if I'm applying for a program that is related to what I do. But you can imagine with insourcing, if I'm working as a cleaner, what should I study? And we made a proposal to the university to say, let's look at a pool of programs, even if it's 10 programs, that colleagues at a certain level, particularly the in-sourced workers, can have a choice to choose from, as opposed to me being a security guard and being confined to being a security, studying security services and probably being confined to being a security guard my whole life when I have ambitions probably to become an engineer. Why are we not giving such opportunities to workers on lower levels to have programs to choose from with regards to the skills development? And the lack of funding is also a challenge at the university because we are giving very limited funding for us to capacitate ourselves as staff members. So a number of us would apply for these opportunities, but you find that there are very limited funding, and out of 5 of us who would have applied, probably all of us would get declined or only one would get funding. And the reason for that would be that there are very limited funding made available for skills development. The next issue is the issue of racism and sexual harassment. We still deal with a number of incidents, and workers feel that sometimes sexual harassment cases are not dealt with the dignity that they deserve. And particularly when you engage with students, because we are also close to students, they would tell you that when they report certain incidents, particularly about white professors, those incidents they would be told that they are handled in the registrar's office, and such professors would not be acted upon, whereas both our students and staff members feel that when it's our own fellow Black colleagues, the university is very quick to act. I just want to move on to challenges that are facing academics and professional staff in particular. And here with professional staff, we want to again zoom into the in-sourced workers. But with academics, most of our academics members find the promotion criteria stringent and inconsistent amongst faculties. For example, at the Economic and Management Sciences, one would be promoted to be a senior lecturer with a master's and obviously other requirements, whereas at the other faculties, you need a PhD to be promoted to a senior lecturer. So the university must find ways to apply consistency and make the requirements for promotion less stringent. And we ourselves, actually, majority of labor leaders are actually professional staff, but we ourselves complain about the salaries that our academic workers are receiving at the University of Pretoria, and that is part of the reason why they are moving around a lot between universities. You find that Huitzi Mang, who's a senior coordinator at placement management on a level 7, earns higher than a lecturer on a level 8, who's got a PhD and who works longer hours than myself. So we need the university to re-look at the salaries of academics, because the core business of the university is really teaching and learning. And most of our Black academics find the university to be lacking in terms of supporting them to progress into the higher position. And the numbers that we're going to present with regards to the number of Black academics who are in different occupation groups will actually give a clear picture that we are lacking and we are really behind in terms of academics at the University of Pretoria. The insourced staff, professional staff, were insourced in 2016, and when we had insourcing must fall, we actually said we don't want contractors at the University of Pretoria. We want all those workers to be insourced so that they can be staff members and enjoy the benefits of workers at the University of Pretoria. But to this day, honorable members, we can tell you that we still have the same contractors on site. And we will give a typical example, which we've been talking about for a number of years, where you have cleaners of Global working on site on Saturdays and Sundays. The contractor is being paid to do this work. And we are saying, because the cleaners at the University of Pretoria are working Monday to Friday, what stops you from actually utilizing the capacity within the university for this particular cleaners to be given overtime to work on Saturdays and Sundays, as opposed to paying contractors who are charging very high fees? This is a battle that we have been fighting for a number of years, and we hope that one day we will win this battle, because we are really reversing the gains of insourcing by continuing to have certain people on site who are not permanent employees of the University of Pretoria. We also, since 2016, been trying to finalize harmonization agreements at the university, where conditions of service will be sort of on par for example, staff members at security services. We have a group of old security services staff members, and we have the newly insourced. Those two groups do not have the same conditions of service, and we are still struggling to get the university to talk to us and finalize this agreement. Actually, we must mention here that recently our fellow comrades APSA went on strike for the very same matter, amongst other matters, where the university, it's felt that the university is taking too long to finalize the conditions of service, such that all members within security services have the same working conditions and work the same hours, because the issue of hours is also another challenge, where you have the old group at the University of Pretoria working different hours from the newly insourced staff members. So an agreement was signed between the university and APSA, and there were agreements that in 6 months' time, that agreement will be concluded and the conditions of service will be finalized. But we are now in September, and that protest was in February, and there's nothing to this day. So the students also reiterate on the point that everything at the University of Pretoria takes too long to finalize, and we find ourselves having to resort to things like strike or mass action to get the attention of the employer. NEHAU has similarly done the same thing, where we members decided to move from a mass meeting venue to demand to see the VC, because we were not happy with the manner in which we are treated with regards to salary negotiations. So we're looking at the University of Pretoria, who's had about 3 protests in this year alone between the students and workers. So we utilize a strike, obviously, as a last resort, or a mass action as a last resort, but it's the only tool that we sometimes feel we can use to get the attention of the employer. Thank you. I'm nearing conclusion, honorable members, and I want to talk about transformation at the University of Pretoria. And you can see there that we've highlighted the fact that we've come a long way and there is progress that we really recognize, but there's still more that needs to be done. And drilling into the numbers, those are stats presented in our last Employment Equity Committee meeting. And as you can see there, we have really come a long way. We are in a university where 78% of professional staff members are Black. However, and I think the VC also mentioned this, they are predominantly occupying lower occupational levels. So yes, there is a large staff component of professional staff, Black professional staff at the University of Pretoria. But if you look at where they sit, they are sitting on the lowest post levels at the University of Pretoria. And this was largely perpetuated by outsourcing must fall, where a large number of staff members were insourced. Moving on to academics, and we note the highlights by the VC that we have a lot of staff members with PhDs, but let's look into the numbers. Who are those staff members? You can see there that 31.8% of academic staff members at the University of Pretoria are Black. And if you look at the different occupational levels, we have professors sitting at 12.7, we have associate professors at 23.9, and we have senior lecturers at 23.9 and lecturers at 49.8. If you look at this picture, it is very bleak after so many years into democracy. It means that we are not doing something right at the University of Pretoria. And when we speak about transformation, we can't just speak about transformation and leave out the number of key factors that affects our ability to transform as an institution. When you look at these numbers, it really shows us that we are not doing well by actually recruiting and ensuring that we move on to promoting Black academics to be professors, to be associate professors, and maybe to be senior lecturers at the University of Pretoria, because you can see even at a junior level of being an academic, we are only having about 23.9% of those staff members as senior lecturers. We want to say that one of the key issues that affects our ability to transform at the University of Pretoria is the lack of commitment and attention to policy and legislative principles. As unions, we find ourselves in many meetings where we are in loggerheads with the university with regards to policy compliance, particularly in the recruitment and selection processes, where we would object to appointments of certain candidates because they are not from designated groups. And we would actually escalate as far as the COO, but you are in a university where such an objection would be overruled, and you would be told that the university will still go ahead and appoint this particular candidates, even though this appointment would not be in line with our transformation imperatives. So this links to the next point to say we feel that we function with a human resource management that serves university management, not staff in general. You have, when you sit in meetings with HR at the University of Pretoria, you are the one who will be arguing about, as a union leader, you are the one who will be arguing about policy principles, and your HR officers would be sitting there agreeing with university management because they are too scared to actually raise their opinions about policies and policy compliance. So we raise a number of objections with regards to particularly recruitment and selection processes when they are not in compliance with for example, application of order of preference when there are candidates from designated and non-designated groups found appointable in these processes. And this further links to the next point, that we feel that there's lack of commitment by the university on the transformation agenda, particularly at the executive level. If we as a union raise an objection on a particular matter and it's overturned by one of the executives, it tells you that we are making little progress in terms of changing the institutional culture or changing behavior such that even people as high as executive management level actually show that they are committed to transformation. The next point is the lack of capacity and funding of the transformation office. And we do acknowledge the fact that a transformation office has been established for the first time at the University of Pretoria. But we are functioning with the transformation office that has about 4 or 5 staff members. You can imagine with our total workforce, expecting the transformation office to do all the work and serve just over 6,000 staff members with 4 staff members, 2 of which are closely linked to investigations and cases related to sexual harassment and racism. We as Labour actually feel that our transformation office has been reduced to just being an office that investigates racism and sexual harassment cases. We have not seen the impact of the transformation office at the University of Pretoria as a stakeholder that is meant to actually play a critical role in transforming the university. In conclusion, we just want to raise a concern with regards to, we are recently receiving a number of leaks or anonymous emails as Labour. And we have received 2 notable emails recently where the COO was accused of flouting procurement processes, and most recently, we cannot shy away from this particular one where we received an email alleging that the VC was involved in sexual harassment. We know that these are just allegations, and we have written to the registrar regarding these allegations to try and seek certain answers. And we were actually very concerned about the manner in which she responded to us, because for example, the email alleges that there was an agreement, the VC has a written warning on file, and there was an agreement between himself and the person who accused him of sexual harassment that an executive director position will be created in exchange for her silence. We've also reliably learned that this issue was discussed in Senate, where there was a proposal to create this executive HR executive director position. We are concerned that the COO was appointed, and one of his key roles is to look after HR. So our question is, why do you want to duplicate roles? And these are some of the questions that we pose to the registrar's office to say, why would the university want to go and create an executive director position when the COO was appointed for this very same role? And the registrar did respond to us to say that these are merely allegations, but our position is the registrar should be able to tell us whether or not there are plans to create an executive director position, because we believe that this is something she should know as an executive. But if she's unable to give us that information, we believe that amongst all members of the executive, somebody should be able to tell us or give us some clarity in this regard. And our other concern is that there are obviously processes within the University of Pretoria to deal with such cases of sexual harassment, and we do respect such cases, and we do respect procedures. But our concern is the fact that the university has processes with regards to dealing with such cases, and the process is clear that when there's such an allegation, there must be a suspension for investigation, and that particular person must be cleared for them to come back to work and resume their duties. So if there were such allegations, we want to know why there was digression in this regard. So we thought, honorable members, we cannot keep quiet about such a thing if it was raised with us as Labour, and we cannot be afraid to raise it here. It coincidentally happened in the last 2 weeks or so, and coming here, we also saw an opportunity to also raise it with honorable members in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Ms. Mateka, representing workers from the University of Pretoria. Colleagues, thank you so much for all your presentations and your inputs. It's 12:40. I'd like for us to have a body break. At 12:45, I will be seated in this chair and we'll continue with whoever's in the room. So I hope we will all be back in the room. Thank you so much.
We will also take
recording stopped.
how within that decline, how many were Black students or white students, and how many were women or men, so that we have an indication on if we're saying basic education needs to invest maybe in encouraging more young people to be involved in STEM subjects. Who are we targeting? Is it young women who are targeting? If your institution must enrich itself in terms of its programs around career pathing, who are you targeting when you go into these high schools so that your recruitment program is refined? Prof, we were both at the NRF Awards and we both share a consensus, I think, on our concerns around the makeup of our awardees and how that speaks to just the general succession of academics from being peer-rated to A-rated scientists. And your institution has 606 NRF-rated researchers. Can we have desegregated data on that as well? How many are Africans? That also goes directly, colleagues from DHET, into understanding the impact of the investment of the department in terms of its initiative to increase Black women with PhDs and therefore increasing and bettering the makeup of academia within the country, right? So these issues don't exist in isolation to one another. And also one would want to know from the department how many of our academics that we're investing in terms of Black women who must get their PhDs, how many are from the University of Pretoria. Then in terms of NSFAS, the 31 students that are funded by NSFAS, do we have disaggregated data on the rest of your students in terms of, or can we have that data in terms of the rest of your students and how they are funded? So how many are self-funded? How many are on bursaries? How many, well, if they are self-funded, we just have actually no indication of where they could get funding from. That also gives us a sense of the missing middle dynamics at your particular institution. Of course, you've alluded to it in your slides, but it would help us a little bit better as well. From the department as well, I don't know if I heard you correctly, Prof, but you are the only institution that has veterinary science as a faculty or as a faculty, right? So I think from DHET's perspective, what informs that that's the only institution that has it structured in that sense? And in terms of agriculture and, livestock farming and so forth, what is the makeup of that particular skill supply within the whole PSET system, particularly in TVET colleges, where we would want young people in this country to actually literally work with livestock. With the fact that the majority of our students are Black and female or women, I think for us what really becomes important is to be guaranteed that they are safe and that they are supported, because we're not pushing numbers, Prof, like you said. We are pushing, if we're saying we have X amount of Black women in the space or X amount of Black men, or the numbers need to translate to fundamental change and have an impact on, like you said, on the plans and the trajectory that the government seeks to take in bettering this country and developing this country and addressing the daily lived realities of our people, and therefore undoing the legacies of apartheid. So the numbers are intentional. They're not just numbers, right? So we need to be assured of the fact that you have systems in place. And I think the slide that speaks to it speaks to a number of commitments that you have, programs, policies, programs, and structures that advance transformation. I personally would have loved to have an addendum or follow-up slides on those initiatives, particularly because this meeting wants to look into your transformation journey, because they sound great and we listen to you as you try and unpack each and every one of them, but the finer detail of it is something that we've not been able to get out of today, and one would really appreciate in order to answer the question of saying, with these increased numbers, what support systems are put in place to ensure that we have the success that we want to see amongst that particular cohort of your students. I think with regards to the diversification succession plan, which, well, I'm calling it a succession plan. You're saying it's a diversification plan. When I think of it, I see it as a succession plan. And when you have out of your I think it's your academic staff, 1,255 workers and only 443 are African. I worry about this diversification succession plan and whether or not we're able to monitor its impact. So we need numbers out of that, Prof. I think that's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for numbers so that we're able to see if this plan does have indeed impact, addressing some of the concerns that were raised by workers to say, we're not seeing staff, Black African staff of the institution really swelling the ranks in an impactful manner. So if you can just give us some clear numbers on that, we would really appreciate that. And then I think I'll leave it at that for now. And then hopefully some of the other questions that I had, members will unpack. For example, timeframes on some of the plans that you listed under your policies, programs, and structures that advance transformation. So if you're saying you have a language development plan, when did you start working on it and what is the deadline for it so it can be implemented? Particularly because language has been identified by your institutional culture survey, which I'm sorry, colleagues, I laughed when the when the SG said that, their survey probably had greater participation than the institutional culture survey, because in fact, one of my questions were how many people participated in the survey and how much of a reflection is it to the institution? Because as a committee, the reason why we try and bring all stakeholders together into the meeting is so that we have a holistic picture of the experiences of different stakeholders and see and try and identify where the gaps are, and then bring everyone on board, right? So if management is saying this is what's happening, this is the reality, and students are saying a different thing, and workers are saying a different thing, that means we're not meeting each other somewhere. And ours is how do we find one another and how do we build that together? Because it's our institution collectively. So we're not here to entertain here, say, what we want to do is build cohesion so that we're all able to deliver on the core mandate of the institution, which is teaching and learning, and not on the sole basis of giving a skill, Prof, and you articulated that so well, but saying this skill ought to have impact in the communities that we exist within. So those plans are very important, and we'd like to have more thorough detail on it. I'm hoping members will cover other issues. If I haven't touched on them, I'll come back to them later. So I'd like to note hands, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable King, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Sibia, and then ending with Honorable Mahlatsi. I must not forget colleagues who are on the virtual platform. Sorry, let me just check here. All right. So perhaps after Honorable Sibia, I'll take Honorable Yabon Litsie and then Honorable Mahlatsi. I've noted some apologies with regards to flights and so forth. Our general sentiment is always that I can't stop students when they are unpacking matters that seem to be important. I can't stop workers when they're doing so. At what point do I cut Prof off when he's articulating the great work that he's doing and leading his institution? So, colleagues, as a rule of this committee, or a ladies' agreement, I'll not say it's a gentleman's agreement, a ladies' agreement is that when you come to the portfolio committee, you need to set aside enough time for you to be here. And the Prof has indicated that he has the time constraints that he has. And when I said to him, okay, Prof, leave, join us on virtual, he said, no, Chair, that will not look good. And we'd like that your team, Prof, takes you are leading. You are leading, and you're showing them how you're doing things. So can they follow suit with how they ought to interact with us as a committee? But I trust in you to deal with those particular matters, Prof. And also, colleagues, we'd like to indicate that everything that is said in this particular space, needs to be supported by evidence. Whatever we say about one another, we need to have evidence to support and substantiate on those particular matters. And where we feel that we may need to really look into those concerns, we will have to implore Mr. Dlamini on yourselves as the council to investigate allegations that are coming forth from your institution and to deal with those matters and report back to us as a portfolio committee on your investigations on it, because anything that is said in this space is taken seriously, and we really want to implore the institution to play its part, the council as the immediate oversight body of the institution to play its role in giving us the truth as to what is happening. And colleagues, we can never, as a portfolio committee, I think our legacy has really been to take issues around gender-based violence and femicide, sexual harassment very seriously. So we really want to implore on council to play its effective oversight role in that regard. So, Honorable Mananiso.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming all the presentations and as well actually applaud the Prof about some of the achievements and strengths that they could have alluded on. And one must say that we are one of the beneficiary ward in my ward, Ward 22 in Mutlaking. We've got the youngest lecturer in UP, Linda Maoi, Mampoma Oi, actually, the geologist. Yeah, he's doing something. Geology department, I think. Yeah, we are one of the beneficiaries. So as you speak on the transformation on issues of professionals and academics, I was following through and I noted that, by the way, we've got one in your institution, and it is a good story to tell at this time because of she's still very, very young, 29 years old, Mampoma Oi. So at least you've got a good story to tell. However, one must say that in terms of what Honorable Mkhatshwa could have said, it is important that as you give us information, you give us the full data. For instance, from my side, issues of transformation, it's about age, it's about race, it is about disability, it is about conducive environment that has been alluded on. So you cannot speak about transformation that you still have gray areas where people feel that this is not their space where they belong. So it is important that we get that particular data in terms of where do we still battle as an institution and how far are we in terms of our plans of actually addressing those particular issues. I have noted on your presentation, Prof, on issues of your 50-50 male and female issue, that one you would need as well to give us a clear picture in detail with regards to those people and as well their age, because of we are here, most of us, we are young people. I don't think we would want to sit here and everybody is 60 plus, you know, because of we won't be representing the masses. So as you know that as the country, we are very youthful. We need to actually measure that through all our transformational agenda. So we would need some little bit of more info with regards to that. On your UP strength and achievements, a plan of action to mitigate the challenge that you have noted on registration, I think it is important that we get it specifically as well on the sex of male and females. I always hear people gender this, that's sex for now. It's male and female and other, which is transgender and so on. So we would need to get that particular picture in terms of what is happening on that issue. And then on your research breakthrough, you indicated 606 NRF researchers. Please as well on this one, give us a data that is based on all your demographics as an institution. And I noted that you're working with other stakeholders like your DBE. Can you give us details in terms of your relationship with the municipality? Because the very same constituency that you are housing, they might be belonging under those municipalities. And please indicate what are the projects that you are working with the municipality, and specifically which office are you working with? Because you would know in municipalities, mayors are champions of development, but they might as well delegate their responsibility to some of the people there. On other issues that you have related on, I think issues of demographics comes up as well on your 672 students, beneficiaries. Can we have specifics as well in terms of demographics? Because sometimes people, when they read this report, it's as if this 672 is your Jane there who's benefiting, while there are other, racial people who are benefiting and as well from different places. So it is important that we get that as well. Demographics on beneficiaries of your laptops, so that we see that here everybody is included. Inclusivity, it is important as well on issues of service delivery. So with this thing of people thinking that SASSA it's only having Black beneficiaries, it's very wrong. So we need to reflect as well on our reports to say who is actually benefiting here. I think that's that from my side on Prof. But let me go to the SRC. Chairperson, pardon me, with regards to your presentation, I want to check on what are actually plans that you as SRC could have put in place in terms of addressing these particular issues. Like, do you have programs that actually speaks to issues of lobbying and advocacy? Like, for instance, on the issue of language policy, does the SRC has that particular plan in place? And this one, it will go to the Prof with regards to the issue that they've raised on the laptops. Are there any plans to actually assist on this particular crisis? And if so, can you send that particular plan to us? Any program in place as well with regards to the data of the beneficiaries on issues of your hunger programs? Do you have a data that can tell us to say, these are your beneficiaries, and how do you measure that whatever program that you come with, it's effective? Because sometimes people speak about mental health issues, but there's no face behind. So in your cases of mental health, what is the process there of people actually putting a complaint with regards to mental health, and how do you then track those particular cases? And so far, how many has this particular program of health could have, assisted some? Because sometimes we report this as if it is a continuous problem that doesn't have any positive outcomes. So it is important that we get that particular report. And as well, lastly, for the student representative, is the issue of specifics on your beneficiaries generally in all your programs. Are you actually catering for every young person within the institution, or whoever who's part of your beneficiaries? Chairperson, for IF, I think what I want to say is that we are noting that there's more that needs to be done. And it is important that in everything that you do, you take everybody along. Let it not be the only academics and the other ones, they are not getting the attention they deserve. And on the issue of language policy, I think this one, it cut across. I want to check with you guys that what is the relationship with PENSALP? Because when these are custodians of indigenous language and everything in the country. So what is it that you're doing that they are not part of? And if they are not part of, just tell us, and perhaps in future make sure that anything that has to do with language in the institution, it's been done through them or with them. Chairperson, then I come to our union. Hey, there's so many issues that are so touching. You see, when you speak racism at this time, when you speak sexual harassment, it's so sad. So I want to ask them that they must actually give us the report that has details in terms of those cases. And as well, the status quo with regards to how far are those particular cases with regards to whether be it corruption and those that they have alluded on. The issue of policy, it cut across. I want to check, as you apply this transformational agenda, are you guided by the DHET policy transformation document, or you just decide to say, Tina, as UP, this is what we would do? The relationship there of DHET into your institutional policy, it is important, colleagues. I want to check with the union as well, the issue of they have indicated that there's lack of advocacy for policy. So what is the program that you have in place? Besides that one of teaching people about policies with their indigenous languages, what are the programmatic programs that you are doing on a daily basis? Because for now, a transformational agenda, it's an everyday agenda. Because of every day, there are changes on the ground. So whatever that you could have thought of yesterday, today might not be good to actually respond to our challenges. So I just want to check if they've got programs with regard to that. Issues of the involvement of Chapter 9 institutions as the labor movement. What is the relationship? Do you have any relationship with regards to Chapter 9 institutions, or your issues, they just belong in the institution, because on the basis that you have repeatedly spoke about inconsistency of cases and so on. So I think I just want to get if the Chapter 9 institutions are part of your programs, and how do you make sure that they actually get this information and being uplifted and addressed to. Lastly, Chair, my issue is on the presentation. We didn't have a clear picture on public-private partnerships. Perhaps the institution need to give us the sense to say what is it that is happening there, so that we are able to check what at least we've got people who are assisting us in driving this particular agenda of bettering the lives of our people. That's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable King.
Thank you, Chairperson. And also from my side, would like to welcome the presentation and also to see the progress so far that has been made in terms of transformation. So I'm just going to delve right in it. According to your challenge that you raised as a concern on the SET that has been decreasing in terms of absorbing some of the basic education students into this field, you did allude to that you are engaging matric students, but I always say that is always the last resort is to ever engage matric students, which should have started at the grade 10 level, being also coming from a teacher of mathematics. And I just basically want to state that the basic problem that we will have on the SET is that the mathematics program is so holistic that it is not considering the different levels of students and their capabilities to reach that. So that is maybe one thing that research should be done with, and how to improve in that field, given that you're leading research institution. Then also I'd like to find out on absorbing, as you said, more Black young professionals. Do you have a program that links into attracting more professional young professors into the university? Also of major concern where it comes to comparison of employment amongst graduates. I saw over the years, actually what we see is 2018 till 2021, the unemployment rate has actually increased from 7 to 16%. That is actually a big concern because now we need to figure out in which particular domain were these graduates studying in order to determine, the university to determine how best to work on a program in order to ensure employability of these graduates, because we will be sitting in a situation where most people, we would complain that most people have humanities and hence they can't find most employment because so many students have been studying that. And then you would find that there's this gap that you have to import students that can do engineering subjects. So maybe an estimate should be looked at in that regard. Then also in terms of the dropout rate, I'm also concerned when it comes to dropout rate. I saw it's not that high, but I saw in those doing 5-year programs, it is a bit high, and there's various reasons to why that would be. But I would have loved to have seen if it could have highlighted out of which faculties most of these dropouts occurred. It would have given us a little bit of an understanding where challenges might occur in a particular faculty. Then also with regards to sexual harassment, I know most of the people would think that the gender commissioner is the only way to go about it, but how has Higher Health been involved in ensuring assistance with regards to counseling, with regards to assistance for those students that has gone through trauma of GBV? And also have the university been instrumental in ensuring that there are innovative apps available where students can actually then report these things, given that some might not be willing to physically come into a facility, but at least if there's an app, they can then report it. Because I know at the beginning of the year, we had an issue where it was reported when we were briefed on safety and security at institutions, that most universities, unlike TVET colleges, don't have an app, and most universities do not actually have a database on students, what type of GBV they've had, and there was no database at all on academic staff to academic staff sexual harassment. So I just wanted to find out if that is in your case, because that's the general perception that was given to us. And also with regards to the security staff, have there been a program where you would engage them on sensitivity training? We some very and so just wanted to get that one out. I think most people know that I asked at some stage for a PIA application from all universities in the medical field. And we are still analyzing that to take things further. But I just needed to find out when looking at your enrollment criteria, how are you doing it? Is it mostly based on a racial basis, gender basis? Because those are the two that mostly would come forward. Because my concern would then be at some stage we might be doing a disservice if we do not consider fit for purpose in some of our medical fields. Then in NSFAS, at the beginning of the year, I think it was in March, I received a call from one of your university students, and she was part of the missing middle, self-funded. And she received an SMS to say that she must vacate her university room, dorm where she stays, because she is not a NSFAS funded student, and that they would make space for NSFAS funded. I've received numerous concerns in that regard, and when I looked at the amount of NSFAS students, the concern then again comes up that the missing middle are being slowly pushed out of any institution of higher learning in a public sector, where most of them are not really afforded proper accommodation on universities because their parents pay for themselves, and that we are sort of like discriminating against those in the missing middle in terms of enrollment enrollment and in terms of housing acceptance. And you do state that you are an inclusive institution. I would just like to pick your brain on in that regard. Also, when it comes to what you said, which I totally agree on long-term sustainable funding, I totally agree with you on that one. But I also wanted to find out, over the past 3 years, has your subsidy from the department increased because you pick up at university subsidies decrease because they had to make way for student funding and not necessarily funding from the university, but funding from the bursary scheme of the government. And then that's where it leaves now to this disparity that the missing middle needs to then move into a private institution in order to gain space. I need your review on that. When it comes to what the employees were saying, the workers, and the students were saying, it is a bit alarming on the issues that they were talking about, which then leads me to a point where when were any review taken on the statute of the institution in order to ensure that students have a better place to voice their concerns and workers have a better place? Because when you hear what they are saying, it seems as if there could be a concern that there might be an issue on the statute of the institution itself. You also spoke about those students who can't afford to have food. I know I visited WITS once and they had a great program. I will visit your institutions too. But I just wanted to find out, in terms of rand value, how much do you at least assist a student, one student at a time, in order to get some form of food per day from your hunger projects? Because that is very dear and near to me, that a student needs to have something sustainable to eat in order for them to progress in class. Then transport-wise, you can talk about safety and security, but the transport system for students to get to and from universities, especially those in private accommodation, has that been catered for? I know most would be catered for the university accommodation residents, students, but also the transport for some of them might be a challenge why they get themselves involved in any form of attacks, like what happened recently with the student who was stabbed, shot to death. Okay, and the last one, also on the student hunger, that I would like to say is, at some stage, the entrepreneurship part should come in to ensure that students get some form of an entrepreneurship training. I know you do have that because I read up on it, but in terms of the encouragement that we should now actually start advocating amongst most of our students is to say that at some stage, some of these students need to make themselves employable in terms of getting some form of casual employment in order to sustain themselves. Because we do not want to have students that leaves the university and then we have a situation where they can't find themselves getting out of the system of a handout, and they have to. So what engagement are there with businesses to ensure that they get involved in order to ensure that some of these students get some form of casual employment and that they actually get some form of proper involvement in terms of entrepreneurship development? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. I want to start by saying that, it's peculiar when we meet with universities that we depart from very different levels. I think the University of Pretoria is on an exceptionally high level of performance in academic terms and in many other terms. I had the privilege of enrolling my daughter there, and the system of going through the enrollment was incredible. I couldn't believe that anybody could plan anything on that scale so well. So we start at the point where we are, and then we look for the problems. And that might seem a little bit inappropriate if you are responsible for dealing with those problems, because there are many, very many other problems you have already dealt with. But we don't look at that. We look at those remaining. Now, with the University of Pretoria having 50,000 students, and if I'm correct, Groenkloof is on the one side, Hatfield and Hillcrest more or less together. You just have to cross whatever Duncan's name is presently. I've been out of Pretoria quite a while. And then we have Onderstepoort and the Mamelodi campus. And it brings a question to my mind. How does one actually work sensibly with student structures? Because when I used to be there, we were 13,000 students just at the Hatfield and Onderstepoort campus, and you maybe knew 2 or 3 of the student SRC members. So how sensible is the interaction between the body of students and the SRC spread over so many campuses, so many students? And then just something else that is interesting about universities in general is that it's all about the students, but within 5 years they are all gone. You have a completely new body of students. And I've noticed that very often staff thrash out something with its students in in a very involved way. And then just when you think you have reached something, that generation of students leave and you start all over again. You have to do exactly the same. And I think it's a little bit tiring to do that over and over. Not that it makes any difference, it has to be done. In terms of the participation of day houses, I believe that at a certain stage, the University of Pretoria's policy was that the residences, which used to be there, who had all their names changed in the past year or 3, should not be the primary identity of a student. A student should actually identify with its faculty rather than with a dormitory or the residence where it lives, while traditionally it had been different. Feedback that I got from students, because a sizable part of the Freedom Front's supporters are students from the University of Pretoria, is that they exactly like to socialize across faculties. And that is why residences are so popular, because it's a collection of people from different faculties and so on. So it made me wonder what the voting percentage was with electing this SRC, because way back, I wonder if it had ever exceeded 35%. I wondered if it has improved in the meantime. I would be very glad to hear it did. And then I want to ask something which might be a little bit, I don't know, incorrect, but has there been any attempts to train students or to involve them in some kind of neighborhood watch or reservist to participate in protection of themselves or fellow students? In that case, that some students may on a voluntary basis say, okay, we are available from 12 to 4, or, I know students really study hard after 12 at night, and then they have to be accompanied back to the residences. That some would say, okay, I'm available, me and 2 friends, to accompany such students. It doesn't mean taking them into the police, but just in some sense taking responsibility for one's peers' safety. Next week, I don't want to say I'm studying late, and then maybe somebody else would like to assist me. And the following week, other way around. And then regarding transformation, I asked the Minister of Higher Education a question in Parliament, whether Section 235 applies to the higher education sector. That is the section on self-determination, in which it says that a group of people bound together by cultural values have a legitimate right to some expressions of being of expressing their identity. He said it does because all sections of the Constitution apply to the whole of society, but that it should not be abused as a way of excluding people. Now, I can understand that very well. But that would mean that transformation should mean that the higher education and the rest of the post-school education and training sector should mirror the demography of South Africa as a whole, but does that necessarily mean that each and every association, each and every residence, and each and every university campus should mirror or reflect exactly that? Because I have received many complaints of students saying I was pointed in class for living where I live in a specific residence. I'm sure the SRC members will be aware of Sonop, where people should apparently not live, not if they want to be accepted in class. So that definitely creates a problem, and it refers back to what the Vice Chancellor referred to, saying that he needs to go out and find money for the institution because a parliamentary grant is not really sufficient. And I want to add to that the University of Pretoria used to have an immensely loyal old students club, with people, really moving into influential places and having money at their disposal, and who used to support the university, and I'm sure they still do. But if you transform them and their heritage quite out of the university, it's not a surprise if they might take their donations somewhere else, where they and their children are likely to feel at home. And then I just want to ask about gender accommodation at the residences. Maybe I should first say that I'm a cisgender heterosexual male, and I prefer the pronouns him, his, and he. How are we going to deal with all these different genders in a residence like, let's say, Kutso, which used to be Yasmin, where there's just a long aisle, common bathrooms, one on each floor or two on each floor? I can see that in another residence, which used to be Madelif, I don't know the current name, there are flats, which is much easier to say, okay, people with similar gender can be accommodated together in order not to lead to some new kinds of gender-based violence or violations by, not allowing the privacy that people might want in their, intimate things like using a bathroom. So, and then just another thing about the language question, I would like either the SRC or management to say, what is the demand for classes in Sepedi? When we were at Stellenbosch, they said that there was about 30% of the Afrikaans-speaking students preferred classes in Afrikaans. I don't know what the corresponding number in University of Pretoria would be, but also at Stellenbosch there was a very low number of demand for classes in isiXhosa, although Stellenbosch promotes isiXhosa as an academic language. Now, I'm very much in favor of developing Sepedi and also Setswana at the Northwest University, and we can name all the languages because I'm in favor of developing all of them. But is it really fair to say that a language in which a proven demand for academic usage and capacity exists has to wait for other language to develop to the same level if the same demand does not exist. That's why I would like, do we have evidence-based indication on the demand for Sepedi? Because as an Afrikaans academic, I would be eager to assist and to wait for Sepedi to catch up if speakers of Sepedi would like that, but not if it means standing still and being excluded infinitely. Okay, I think that's all. Normally I just hit one nail. I selected quite a number of nails today, and I thank you for that, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bosho. Mom Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Siyabonga ngama presentations. But ibiyinhle imnandi report yakho VC. Isimoshweke yilabantwana nabasebenzi. Basho izindaba ongazazi kodwa uyazazi. I don't know whether the protest was caused by the students because of the management. It seems as if the management is untouchable. That's why Pelabezomash, if you are untouchable, need to chaza. Nothing was said about racism as well as sexual harassment. If ungage elaborate, is there any sexual harassment cases or not? And from 2017 to 2021, the permanent black staff was increasing from 62% to 69%. Kuzakahle. Why poor abasebenzi bekhala? Nasebenzi kukhuphuka phela mase nguphi manje senibayekelani manje phandle sebelokhu betoyitoya manje befuna imali ba recognize phela. But if there is no communication between the management and the workers as well as students, kuzoba kubi. But if communication ihamba kahle, everything will be okay. Siyacela ukuthi ke nenze sure ukuthi niyahlala phansi nakubi kuhle, sit down with them to rectify all the issues. And how does the university encourage students to continue their studies, and does it allocate substantive funds for honors and matters students? And Enya, what are the underlying factors for the high dropout rate? Because King has covered the other one amongst males, and does the university have any focused support? And funding matters. What is the composition share of revenue by students who pay for their fees, as this increase will primarily negatively impact the missing middle? And to council, I think the council should consider reviewing its investment policy to invest the majority of its reserves in innovation, students' accommodation, and cushion bad debt. And I think a proposal ozenayo VC and even issue abasebenzi that you are going to have to focus issue to work collectively or to work with all stakeholders. Thank you, Chairperson.
Siyabonga, Ma'am Sibia. Let me go to Honorable Litie and then followed by Honorable Yab.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is the sound audible that side?
We can hear you, Moren.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon now to everybody. Let me let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the presentations from all stakeholders, from the university management, the opening from the council, presentation from the university management, the IF, students, and the workers. I think I will not go into preambles, Chair, because I think we're running against time. So the first question to council will be, do you have vacancies in your council as things stand? And if so, how many and how do these vacant positions affect the work of council? And what is the current status in terms of filling any vacant positions, if indeed there are any? I know that the VC in his presentation did indicate that the council is fully represented with everybody, all the racial groups in South Africa, but can they maybe in writing, Chair, give us the current racial and gender composition of this council, maybe in writing? And then does the council have a code of conduct? And if so, have all members of this council currently serving signed this code of conduct? If not, why? And then, and this question I'm asking based on what the unions would have said. Is the council of the view that it has clear policies and disciplinary manuals and procedures that detail processes on the disciplinary of the VC in the event that he or she transgresses the policies of the institution? If so, maybe let them explain these policies and disciplinary manuals and procedures in detail to us. If, but they must touch it. But if it's too long, they must just give us a summary now, and then sorry, give us a written response in this regard. Chapter 7 of the institutional statute at UP refers to employees. Section 56 there deals with staff discipline, stating that subject to applicable labor laws, all staff members of the university shall be subject to a disciplinary code, a disciplinary procedure, and a grievance procedure as approved by council or the Human Resource Committee of council. These codes and procedures shall be deemed to be institutional rules. That is what Section 56 of Chapter 7 says of that institution. Who is responsible for the discipline of the VC and the DVCs? That is question 1. Does this Section 56 also apply to the VC and DVCs? That is the second question. If so, is the council of the view that the provisions are adequate, especially for the VCs and DVCs? Chair, this question is, I think all members know, comes or emanates from our inquiry at the University of Venda and SMU, where this issue of the disciplinary codes and procedures on the VC at the time they came to the fore. So this is why I'm asking this question. To management, in respect of the deans of faculties and heads of department, what is the representation of designated groups? Does the university have employees with disabilities in the middle and lower management? If not, what intentional steps are being taken to ensure the employment of people with disabilities? Does the institution have an employment equity plan as required by the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998?
And how active is UP's Employment Equity Office? Are there any vacancies at senior management level? If so, what are they and when will they be filled? Chair, I was interested to see both the workers, I think, and the university presented to us the high level of Black academics and or Black people in the employ of the university. I think it was in 2019, Chair, when we I can't remember which institution was it. I think it was Fort Hare, where we asked these questions, and you know, we're accused there of being anti-this and anti-that. And I want to put a disclaimer before I ask this question. You know me, I'm not a racist. I'm not a xenophobe. I'm not. I don't hate people. I'm a peace-loving person. So when we ask this question, it's because we want to understand fully what is happening in our institutions. Now, Prof, out of this high number of Black people in the employ of the university, as presented by your presentation and the workers, can you break it down in this format? And this one, you don't have to answer it now. You can just go and answer it through a spreadsheet. And we'll also ask the workers to do the same for us. How many of these Black people, so you'll do it in a format of this nature. You will have number one, Indians, the number two, Coloreds, number three, Black South Africans, and number four, our people from the diaspora. Because my understanding with your presentation is that you have included all of them into one basket. The problem with taking a presentation like this as it is that it does not tell a whole story. There has been corridor talks that most of our senior lecturers, most of our academic staff who may be Black and African are not South Africans. So maybe that is why we're asking. So please break it down for us. This Black people who are in the employ, or these African people who are in the employ of the university. So break it down for us properly. The Indians, Colored, Black South Africans, and our Black people in the diaspora, or from the diaspora, and then you'll put the senior management or VC, DVCs, deans, and all of those things. So you'll break it down properly there for us. We are asking this question again, Chair. I think I must emphasize it because of corridor talks. You remember, Chair, when we had that thing at the inquiry of Professor Mbati, starting at the University of Venda. Some of those who were in the employ of the university made some allegation that Black South African associate professors and all of those things were not considered. These jobs were all of them. In fact, I think during a 2-year period, there was no South African associate professor who was appointed to come and do that job there. It was only our brothers from the diaspora. So we're asking based on that background. Then to cancel. Yeah, maybe I must ask a question differently first before I put it to cancel again. Chair, everybody knows that we during that inquiry we had a lot of discussion on, the institutional or the statute, the institutional statute on sexual harassment. So maybe let me ask this one first. I'll come to cancer. Does the university have a sexual harassment policy? If so, what was the when was the policy developed and adopted? And what does it say? When there is a sexual harassment allegation against anybody in the institution, and what has council done with this allegation now that the union are saying occurred in the past 2 weeks or so, and what is the process that council is supposed to follow on this one? Number two, has there been any incident of sexual harassment at the institution, be it with the students or staff, outside of what the union are saying there's an allegation against the VC? If so, how many are they? And did the university offer any psychosocial support to victims? Has anyone been found guilty of sexual harassment? If so, were disciplinary measures instituted? How were they instituted? And all of those. Is the university of the view that this sexual harassment policy of theirs, if they have, is adequate to prevent and to deal with sexual harassment incidents in the event that they happen? And the council, I asked on chapter 7 above about how are grievances supposed to be submitted, and then I asked if that chapter also refers or applies to the VC, which might be a problem. I know, Chair, we don't have time, but it could have been nice to come with a follow-up immediately after they answer that question, because my argument will then be, if a staff member reports to HR any incident, let's say sexual harassment against their line manager, maybe let's say the DVC that deals with HR matters. So HR will not sufficiently and properly investigate this problem on their boss. Maybe let me put it that way. And hence I was asking that question above. The union chair makes a serious allegation, and I don't want us to brush it under the table, that subsequent to the sexual harassment being laid or something of to that nature, the victim has been offered now a position of a director. Very serious allegation, Chairperson, and it's not something we'll pretend as if we did not hear. What has council done? That doesn't mean, what have you done as a council to investigate this matter? How far are those investigations on everything? If you have not done anything, maybe you did not know. Now, today you know. Maybe you can give us a time frame on when can these things be investigated with a view of closing them. I think, Chair, let me also again emphasize on what you, and I think it was Honorable Mananiso, if I'm not mistaken, spoke on the issue of, or Imam Kiza spoke about it, there seemed to be a confusion from what the VC was saying on student protests. The VC says, yes, student protests are allowed, but they must not disrupt. Where must they protest? Maybe the VC must, if you are saying they must not protest at the gate because they might be closing a gate. If we're saying they were destroying property, I would understand. But if students were not destroying property, they are exercising their right because they feel that they are not being heard by management and probably by council as well. What must they do? This country's constitution or this country's freedom was embedded in protest. It was born out of protests. The reality is that, including, I think it was the workers again who said, or it was IF who said, sometimes, including the student, we can tell they're saying this is consultative process, but they're just coming to tell us what they want, and whatever we contribute, whether we agree or disagree there, it does not matter. A decision will still be taken. So I think maybe that is where the problem is, how we want to do our consultative process, Chairperson. Some of us, we're students ourselves, student leaders, and we know that sometimes university management, sometimes they've got for a lack of a better word, a bully mentality where because they're in charge of university resources and all of those things, they do as they please sometimes. And I'm not saying this was the case on this one, but sometimes that's what they do. They bully students, they bully workers, they tell you, take this thing, this offer, it's a take it or leave it arrangement. And I think maybe lastly, Chair, I think again it was the workers who said the way offers are counted for those who are saying they want to leave and all of that, there is no standard procedure in following that, and therefore it might create a conducive environment for corruption, because I think I'm sorry, Chair. I don't know why these people calling me when I'm in a meeting. A conducive environment for corruption. Why do I say that? If what they are alleging that one of them was an administrator or something, I can't remember what they said. It was not a scarce skill, but they counter-offered that thing, and that person stayed. But others, they are let go, or they are allowed to go. How is this thing important, Chair, for the university to respond? It's because we know, including in unions and all of we've got cliques there. They are union members who work with this particular faction in the management, these other ones who work with this other faction in the management, and therefore those ones who are in charge of the institution tend to favor the faction. And I want to put it like that, Chair. There's no better way of putting it. They want to favor the faction that is aligned to them vis-a-vis the other faction. Is this the case here? And I'm asking this question to both management and the unions for them to answer on these ones. And the student leadership, I think we must thank them for a proper presentation on. I think the students there at the University of Pretoria, if they're not watching, I think we must tell them that they've got proper leadership that represented them very well And I want to thank them and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Itie. Honorable Yabo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me greet all members present in the meeting. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the university and all stakeholders in the university. Let me also congratulate Professor Tawana Kupe on his appointment, although it's late, but we are only meeting today, so it's appropriate that we extend the message of congratulations on that appointment, as old as it is. We welcome the presentations that were made to the committee, and they were very thorough. And if the letter was the only measure of reality, I would say the presentation by the institution was close to perfect. It's a type of presentation where you would literally say, no, my pumingonza sieni ekaya. But the reality of the matter is that where you have a multiplicity of stakeholders, you will always have a diversity of views on the same matter. And so the angle of perception will depend on who is standing where in reference to a particular point under discussion. And although my colleagues have went to great lengths to cover a number of the issues that we are discussing, I would also want to do what in Setswana is called holatlela la buchuana. The workers have presented a report, and the workers at the beginning of their presentation gave a sterling review of the relationship they have together with the university, the leadership of the university. And they further went on to appreciate the assistance they are getting in terms of the establishment of offices within the institution, which is paid for by the university. But after having done that, given a sterling review of the leadership of the university, they then went into what I presume or assume to have been very difficult issues to even articulate. And we appreciate their bravery to speak the truth, even when their voices are shaking. And we want to say to the leadership of the institution that they need to pay attention to standardizing some of these things that were raised by the workers. It cannot be that you don't have a policy that speaks to how you promote internal staffers. It cannot be that you do not have a standard policy on how you regulate remuneration for staffers. It cannot be that you do not have a standard approach to the question of filling posts through attrition. There needs to be standardized policies. And if there are policies that exist but are not applied, there needs to be an application of existing policy. And if these policies are inadequate, they need to be reviewed in order to make sure that you do not have a process that has got eyes, that looks first at who is being affected by a positive development within the HR environment. And we want to encourage the leadership, the VC, to look into standardizing these things. This is so that you do not find yourselves accused of one or other acrimonious behavior as it relates to viewing people differently, touching the same subject. I would also want to speak to the problem around interfacing between stakeholders. Yes, we have got the institutional forum. We probably have other fora that exist within the institution where management and other stakeholders are able to engage. The workers were clear that they are looked at as an afterthought. And I want to emphasize that it cannot be that stakeholders, any of the stakeholders, are looked upon as an afterthought. Let me encourage while I admonish at the same time. It is important, VC, that you have an open door policy where your stakeholders are concerned. When your stakeholders, your primary stakeholders, say that they will take the last resort and make it the first resort of engagement, it must be worrisome as a leader. It must be worrisome to you that your critical stakeholders, those who are workers or representing 30% of your workforce, as it has been presented to us, and the more than 50,000 students say the only way we are going to be heard or we are listened to is when we resort to mass action. That must raise alarms to you as a leader. And it means that there is a disconnect of a boardroom culture. We would also want to admonish students on the culture of infrastructure damage. When they ventilate their frustrations, the first thing they do is to damage infrastructure. But it is an indictment on the leadership that people resort to literally burning down or destabilizing learning in order to be heard. When you have many boardrooms in your institution where you can have conversations that are give and take in nature, students, let me say this to the SRC leadership present, you cannot get everything you want. Let me also repeat that to the leadership of the institution, the VC and his team, and the chair of council. You also cannot get everything you want. You must find each other, make concessions where concessions are possible to be made. But what we have observed, the Honorable Chair, in our engagements with various institutions of higher learning, is that leadership of these institutions have accrued to themselves the facade of I want to use a word that does not sound too harsh, of an autocratic leadership. I think that's softer. Of an autocratic leadership. It's our way or the highway. We also acknowledge that at times, the largest stakeholder in institutions play on their strength in numbers to force certain things, not on the basis of what is possible, but playing politics. And so on both ends of the spectrum, there are seemingly behaviors that are destructive to the health of the institution. and the proper running thereof for the benefit of all stakeholders involved in the process of running the institution. We also want to speak, Honorable Chair, to the tendency that we get from institutions when we call them out on certain behavior, where we are told of institutional autonomy as a cover to avoid probing processes and questions from Parliament, holding the leadership accountable for a public institution in the main. 27, 28 years into democracy, we cannot be discussing matters of transformation on slides, PowerPoint presentations, and the movement is very slow. You know, looking at the presentations made, and especially on the slide about the rate of transformation in the academic staff, professional staff over the years, we concede that perhaps the rate of attrition is slow. People stay in an environment of academia like this. They don't resign. They wait for retirement. But we would like, as my colleagues have already spoken to this point, a breakdown of these numbers, a proper breakdown of these numbers, so that we know, one, the age cohort per race, per level of staff, right from senior staff right down to the most junior. Breakdown. Let us see the breakdown so that we are able to also know how many over the next 5 to 10 years are going to leave because of attrition. They would have been retiring. I would think that over a period spanning 27, 28 years of democracy, those who would have been in the system already, as they retire bit by bit, the complexion should have changed more than we see now. And it is an indictment that the complexion is only changing after the insourcing of what I would call menial job workers. So let's get the breakdown so that we are able to engage on detail, and so that we are able to also speak to the rate of attrition. Let's get that in detail. That over the last 10 years, this has been the rate of attrition, so that we also are able to appreciate the strides you are making in the creation of new posts within the setting or the context of trying to transform the institution. There is also the elephant in the room, and I think Honorable Boshoff touched on it when he says that the institution would have had or has a cohort of alumni who have done well for themselves in life and who would have taken the responsibility of also donating funds to the institution for various reasons. There is something peculiar that he spoke to, and I think for me that is the elephant in the room. He says the total removal of their heritage from the corridors of the institution may be the reason why they are moving their money elsewhere. Now, then the question arises, how does the institution plan to balance heritage and the imperative of transformation? One of the things we wouldn't want to see in these institutions is that they become relics of apartheid vestiges. And they remain so because there is a need to preserve the purse from benefactors who prefer a specific status quo to remain. And I think we should have that conversation, that when and how do we strike that balance? And I think for the mere fact that we are now starting to have, at the very helm, Africans who are leading the institution is a step in the right direction. The transformation agenda does not speak to wiping out of other races' presence in institutions. It speaks of redress, equality, and balancing the scales according to the demographics of our country. And so, like Honorable Litsie, speaking on these subjects is very difficult because we are part of an organization that is non-racial, and so are we. But in order to speak to a specific agenda, we must break down the minute detail, the minute components, so that we are able to arrive at a point where, we can say we have efficiently and effectively achieved targets agreed to by all stakeholders in relation to this one part of the institution. What I would also like to ask is there an enterprise linked to the university or enterprises linked to the university with the pure intention of generating revenue, supplementary revenue, or revenue from the assets of the university? And if so, how is it structured? How is it ran? Who runs it? And how does it interact with the university, and how is it controlled? If there is such, in closing, let me congratulate the varsity for producing some of the best performing athletes in various fields for South Africa. You are making us proud. Continue making us proud. We appreciate the work that you are doing in that space. We believe that the high performance, what do you call it? The high performance, I forget what the last letter stands for. You will highlight it for me.
Center.
Remains
it's
the high performance center. Thank you very much. The high performance center remains an epitome of what we would like to see in the country, in the development of other talents other than mainstream industrial work, especially in the sporting field. Keep that work up. You are doing very well. My final words to the SRC is that you must push for engagement with the leadership as equal stakeholders in that institution. I appreciate the fact that you have said in your presentation, especially the president of the SRC, when she says, we have exhausted all internal mechanisms of engaging with the management and the leadership of the institution. And we are left with no other option but to mobilize our stakeholders to seize all academic programs in order to be listened to. I hope that the VC has taken heed of that outcry. The differences on what the VC terms an administrative fee, what the students term a registration fee. I suppose, as English says, a rose by any other name would still smell as nice. The difference in terminology and semantics will not make the problem go away. It is through regular engagements and compromises on both sides that this matter can be resolved amicably. An open door policy, VC. Trust me, you will have less headaches of having to have students incarcerated, police sent on them, all unnecessary things. But the leadership of students must also say to the students that Parliament is saying to them, the culture of destroying infrastructure must come to an end. It must come to an abrupt stop. We are going through hard times as a country. We are seeing a whole lot more austerity measures, which we would not want to see, by the way. And therefore, the preservation of what already exists in terms of infrastructure is an imperative all of us must pay attention to. But an open door policy will assist in that regard to stop indignation from students, to allow them room to engage leadership of the institution to resolve common problems. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Yabo. Honorable Mahlati.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, and to the university workers and SRC. Chair, I'll be very quick given the time we have, but bear with me because there are a number of issues I want to raise. First and foremost, can the university respond to all the issues that have been raised as challenges by the workers? Even if they don't have to do it today, they do it in writing, but they need to respond to all the matters in terms of your academic policies and so forth and so on, all those matters. Secondly, I want to re-emphasize your issue around the presentation by the SRC. If possible, they can resend second presentation with the narrative, because it was in point form. We will not be able to make reference to it in future. And if you can just resend it so that we keep it in our archives for purposes of making reference to your successes or weaknesses, because as we meet with different institutions, we ought to compare to say, have we done well with this one? How far have they been? If they could send them. On the actual presentation by the institution, Chair, the throughput and the dropout, slide 25 on throughput and dropouts rates indicates that 19% of students dropped out in the 3-year program cohort of 2018, and 31% in the 5-year program of 2016 cohort dropped out of the average percentage of 24% for students. Now, we just want to get an understanding. Why would the 3-year program, you have less dropouts, the other programs, 5-year one high and the 6-year one low? What is the correlation in that space, and what is the underlying factors of high dropout rate amongst males? And does the university have any focus support, specific support to say we have this particular program to make sure that we navigate the space where people are dropping out? When you look at the 5-year program, is the worst performing, like I've indicated. Therefore, we would want to check what informs this, so that other universities, we can also actually compare the data with other universities to make sure that, we don't have issues of dropout. It's very serious, colleagues. It's quite serious. It leaves, a person would have studied for 3 years, left with 1 year and dropped out, and then decide to drop out. It's a matter that we need to really look into. Chair, when you go to, let me skip other issues. VC, I heard when you made your presentation, you're saying we might have looked in the presentation, but however, you're going to present it here so that if we did not go through, we do go through this presentation. I've got 33 questions already made prior to this meeting. Therefore, I'm going to send them, but I'm going to skip others for purposes of time. I'm going to go to funding matters and fee increases. NSFAS disbursement has more than doubled from 2018 to 2021, resulting from the policy shift to fee-free higher education for the poor. Noting that the university has decided to increase fees, as SRC was complaining, is the increase to sustain cash flow or does the university have liquidity issues, challenges? And what is the composition share of the revenue, like Mam Sibia has indicated, by students who pay for their fees, as this increase will primarily negatively impact the missing middle? We go to questions to council. The non-current assets are at 14.3 billion as of 2021. This reflects the level of financial sustainability by the university, as it has a bad debt of only 124 million. Why does the university not clear a percentage of bad debt for academic deserving students? Because we've got so much money that we're making in reserves, and we've got this particular debt. Why are you not looking at a possibility of actually removing it, but having a structured form to do it, to look into it? Not that you must remove all debt, but if for academic, like you were saying, DC, you've got a child who's owing 1,000 rand to finish his or her academic year. Looking at the financial burden of that particular student, are we not looking at possibility of writing it off precisely because of his or her background, looking at your financial policy? When we go to GBV, I think the issues of sexual harassment, they cannot be overlooked, colleagues. There is absolutely no way, whether it's an allegation or anything, but taking into cognizance what the chair is saying, we ought to bring the necessary, we must run through processes so that we don't accuse people and then leave them with a bad record. And there's no investigation that happens, so that we're able to deal with the matter. So that whoever is accused of does not sit with an issue that is hanging on their head, but the process runs smoothly. However, Chair, I want to check with the institution, and I think Honorable Ditsia spoke about this issue, the employment equity plan. Do they have it? How is it being utilized? Is it effective? And when was the last time it was reviewed? Because we must sit equity plan of, I could say, 19 something, only to find out we're in 2022, where equity plan is not yet reviewed, as doesn't speak to the current realities. Has the university been able to retain academic staff? As workers have indicated, there are issues in relation to academic staff, particularly Black academics. And what do you have? Or do you have staff that leave the institution due to discriminatory incidents or experiences? If we could get response to that in writing, I would be very happy. SRC, the survey shows that, or reflects a positive reaction on issues of inclusivity from the perspective of the SRC and the resident culture and so on. But your presentation says something else. You give, there's a disjuncture between what the survey is saying and what we're getting from you. Which is which? And why would, at that time, or when the survey was done, it was not this particular cohort of leaders? That is why you've got a different view on the issue. And what is it that you think that must be done? Because as we come to Parliament, we don't only bring problems, we must also bring solutions to say, we think over and above these issues, this is what we think must happen. Looking over and above the fact that there is a need for that open policy that Honorable Yabu spoke about. What are the conditions of private accommodation? Looking into the exorbitant fees that are expected. Maybe we should also get a data to say institution has, there's this private accommodation that are there. This is how much they cost, because there's an issue that Honorable not Honorable Boshoff, if I'm not, around issues of accommodation, that there are students that are taken out from institution, accommodation within the res because they are not on NSFAS. If the institution can also respond to that, because I think you indicated that you've got your policy on accommodation. The economic transformation. What are the conditions? Okay, let me just pass that one, Chair. I'll go to the notes that I made for today. Can we get a policy on the anti-discrimination policy? Can we get that policy to see, if they can send it, and the student accommodation policy, on the institutional culture? The survey says curriculum transformation is valued, but lacks a shared view. What does that mean in layman terms, VC, so that we are on the same page? Because curriculum is a very big issue when it comes to transformation, because I'm sure you are aware that we had a colloquium on institutional autonomy, and part of the discussion is about curriculum of our institutions, because we agree in principle that institutions of higher are reservoir knowledge are meant to produce knowledge, but it must reflect. It must actually be responding to the needs of the country in terms of our economic needs. So when it says it's valued but lacks shared view, what does that mean? I think this shared view, it might be what I'm thinking, but let me not preempt what will be your response. On student services, issues of mental health are very serious, members and colleagues. I was in the University of the Free State about 3 weeks ago. There are students who are going through the most. And this food supply for the needy students, I think we need clear statistic to say how is it run, how many students are benefiting from it, because equally on the mental health issue, do you have psychologists on site in the institutions? And if they are, because in the University of the Free State, they said there's 6,000 to a ratio of 2 psychologists. When will you be able to reach the next student if you've got 6,000 students that you have to meet? And what is it that the institution is doing? If I can get an indication on that specific matter from the institution to say, how are you responding to it, so that we can actually assist other institutions if we are doing well. Response to COVID-19. Honorable Mananiso spoke about the laptops and the tablets. How many students were in need? What was the criteria utilized to send this, and whether they have received them, and what is how do you intend to? We are off the radar in terms of COVID-19, but so much we as other institutions are still moving towards, are still doing the hybrid learning. 2 years down the line, this thing, even here it's Parliament, every 2 years or 3 years we're giving new equipment, precisely because those laptops would not be user-friendly because they are overused. Differently. Are you intending to buy new ones? And if you are intending to do so, when? On I'll pass the research capacity of the institution. Department of DA does give resources to universities on issues of research, which is what Honorable Yabu was speaking to when he spoke about the third stream capacity or the income. What is it that how have you been able to utilize this income on research? What has it been used for? And how much did you get as an institution? Third stream income, over and above that research work, the research money that you get as a stipend from Department of Higher Education. Third stream, what exactly, how many do you have? Because we went to Stellenbosch, they have third, fourth, fifth stream. At what level are you as an institution? Do you have third, fourth, and fifth streams? And how much are you having in your reserves over and above the 14 billion that we've seen? So that we can speak about when we speak about sustainability of the institution, we know exactly your strength as an institution. Last part, Chair. Okay, challenges faced by workers, salary disparities. We would want to hear a response. We would request that you respond to all those issues, but I'm more worried about the skills opportunity element. This is where I want to speak to. It says opportunities for the lower ranking officials to broader skills development program. Workers are saying, as a cleaner, you can only be subjected to a program that is in line with your work. And this is what has become, even in government departments. But I don't think that is a proper way of doing things. People nowadays do any other job because there are no jobs. Will do anything in this country because there are no jobs. But that does not mean, in terms of their capabilities, and they must be limited to where they are today. We see in many institutions where people started as cleaners, but they're graduating PhDs. Where people were sweeping the streets are now PhD graduates. So I support the view of workers to say, let's identify 5 to 10 programs where they can actually be able to, so that they can actually add value to your own institution. And they will equally empower us, or empower an ordinary South African to say, I started here and this is where I am. Being able to, to make a South Africa a real, space where we live, where there are huge possibilities of development. So I think I agree with that particular perspective. And the other issue, Chair, is about the PhDs that VC spoke about, that we are producing so many PhDs. There's a general concern in different institutions about the institution forcing lecturers to take a particular view in terms of their postgraduate qualifications. Now, as an institution, you want to determine, Kuti, what should be your topic for your PhD? Because the third stream element has an impact on the outcome of that particular PhD. So I would want to maybe workers at some point to indicate whether is it that, do you have that particular challenge in University of Pretoria where you are channeled in lectures are channeled to take a particular posture in terms of their academic qualifications, so that it suits the image of the institution. On the outsourced services, it doesn't make sense that you insource people, you still outsource on weekends. What does that mean? What was the intention? Because the same people should be able to work. And I would also want to know, in financial terms, what is the difference? If you were to appoint workers on a weekend and pay, I think they pay what you call, it's double because it's on a weekend, compared to overtime, compared to if we bring you in-source people. Because what was the intention initial of in-sourcing? If we have to have people working on bring a private sector on weekends. The issue of the transformation office we're told that it's been reduced to a racism and sexual harassment office. Can we have terms of reference for this particular office to check what is it that it's doing? What were the terms of reference and how many cases has it dealt with thus far? And what are the resources given to this particular office? Chair, the last part would then speak to intimidation of workers. It can't be, honorable members, that in any environment, if we were to speak about transformation and we still have to link it with intimidation in the same line, because it's not going to work. Without making long speeches, VC, the institution is not too bad. We are doing good, I would want to believe. And there is a need for improvements on certain issues that we have spoken to. However, governance in an institution has potential to destroy everything good that you want to do. If there's no proper governance in an institution, it's bound to destroy every good thing that you would want to do. So let's fix that particular space. Like Honorable Yabo has indicated, we will not win everything as students, as workers, but there should be some level of convergence where you are saying we are able to make these particular compromises based on our engagements and your willingness to sit down around the table. Indeed, we do not want to see institutions banning. Indeed, we do not want to see protests and so forth and so on. But however, there must be that particular conversations. And we can't wait for portfolio committee to sit where workers can come and say, they are these things, they should have been resolved at that particular level. And I would want to know, when was the last time we have a conversation amongst ourselves beyond issues of council? Because council is a different ballgame, where you have one-on-one bilaterals to say, this is what we would want to see and how do we move forward? Because the intention of this portfolio committee is to make sure that when we build a better society, where all partners are able to interact and integrate their views so that we move together. So, Chair, our sincere request is that roundtable conversation, that it must happen. Thank you very much, Mudula Stool.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for all your comments, questions, and recommendations. I think what we're going to do, colleagues, is provide a summary of the essence of what our concerns are, and they will afford each stakeholder 5 minutes to respond to key issues that they think they cannot leave this room without having explained and responded to. But members have asked for a lot of information, particularly in the data, and I think perhaps in the planning of our conversations, maybe there could have been more interaction between your office, VC, or the registrar's office and ourselves to say, this is the type of data that we want. When we say we want to understand the makeup of the institution, we literally want numbers. And moving out of the numbers, as we've said, understanding what these numbers then mean. And I think that's really what's coming out from our conversation this afternoon, or this morning going into this afternoon. The portfolio committee is not a space where colleagues get to cross-reference one another. So we do not expect for in your responses to start, you're speaking to us colleagues, you've all presented to us as members of the committee. But there are issues where we are concerned that there's misunderstanding between stakeholders. And in that regard, we need stakeholders to, as you leave this meeting, and then you always say my timeframes are too harsh, but your timeframe on another matter that we just discussed is very harsh. But I think within the next 2 weeks, I think it would be important to have met. And while these issues are still hot, and find one another and say, okay, why do you feel this way? I mean, the SRC has listed a number of issues. Until date, they're saying that you've not met with them to discuss the issues around the fee increment. Workers are raising a number of issues as well. So I think we'd like to afford you the opportunity, VC and Chair of Council, to meet with your stakeholders and find one another on these matters, and then report back to us on where you've managed to find one another and where you're not finding one another, and what then becomes the way forward on those matters. I think that becomes very important. We will then please request for all the information that does not need that meeting to sit. So there's data and for example, the planning around your various initiatives that speak to transformation, timelines, how those offices look. So for example, you speak about a transformation committee, how does that look like, and what is its role in essence? Would like that information in writing. SRC would like a breakdown of your leadership as well. So we also want to know how representative your SRC is. And I think personally, I have a problem with what I think is an attempt to depoliticize the institution, in even how you contest SRC. I mean, you can't manage, for example, representation intentionally. You have to hope and wish that students are progressive enough to make sure that your outcome of SRC leaders has representation of women, of members of the LGBTQIA. So it is a lot of work of hoping that male privilege won't find expression in your SRC. Whereas if you have a deliberate system where you say, this is the list, these are the candidates, you can make sure that each organization brings in their 50 women, their 50 males, or however you want to disaggregate it in order for it to be representational. So I mean, those are some of the other things that you as an SRC can work on in terms of policies of the institution to change, to make sure that the SRC is more representational and more inclusive. So we'd like to also get from yourselves a breakdown of your leadership. I'd like to also encourage that, in matters like, for example, compliance of accommodation and all of that, the SRC must be brought along, and we would want to know in your responses to us if the SRC does come with you when you accredit various student accommodations, because I mean they are supposed to represent those students who are meant to live in that accommodation, and even conversations around the students who are leading in the non-private student accommodation, and that all of those recommendations coming from the SRC. I think if you have that stakeholder engagement and you are able to report back to us on the way forward in relation to that, it would really assist the institution. Also, NSFAS, there's many inconsistencies that the SRC has spoken to. The president says funded today, not funded tomorrow. I think it's very important for NSFAS to also give us a report on the concerns that have been raised by students by and large. On the issues of sustainable funding for the sector, VC, Chair, CFO, we, as a portfolio committee, understand that some issues are sectoral. Institutions can try and do their part, but we do need a sustainable funding plan for the sector at large across institutions of higher learning. And that's something that we, as a portfolio committee, colleagues from DHED, know we have, we're really trying our best to work on that. And we really look forward to, for example, the outcomes of the MTT report. It is being presented to the committee next week, if I'm not mistaken. So that is work that we are also, doing, because you don't exist in isolation to the rest of the sector. So, and we are well aware of that. I'd also like to encourage that you have a stakeholder engagement, a security cluster stakeholder engagement with SAPS. SAPS can't only come to UP when it wants to arrest students. It needs to play a fundamental role in ensuring the security of students. So I think maybe our colleagues were mentioning other security services. I think they're from, I don't know if they're Hatfield, I don't know. But all these security plans, be it them by the, or services, be it the institution security services, be it security companies that exist in Hatfield, be it the SAPS, I think there needs to be a coordinated security plan for Hatfield. The idea of Hatfield, I'm sure VC, we are a leading community, student community or educational community. If you look across the globe, I went to Pretoria High School for Girls, Honorable Boshoff, and listening to you, I think I did a good decision by not going to across the railway. We also always used to speak about whether or not you're going across the railway after matric. I went to Wits. But the idea of having this, the University of Pretoria, you have, these schools around it, it's a great education hub. I don't think we have a TVET college in that space, or a CET college, but there's a lot of learning that takes place in that particular hub called Hatfield, and we need to protect the safety of that space. There are many other communities that are trying to get to where Hatfield is. And I think in order for you to continue to be a leading community in terms of education, we need to find creative ways of protecting that, so that we don't want to in the future find ourselves looking like the University of the Free State, Honorable Mahlatsi, where I think we ended up gating so much of the space to ensure safety. So let's see how we can work together in that sense. I think also we must emphasize that on the issues around the allegations on sexual harassment, we'd like the institution to zoom into those allegations and give us a thorough report within a month. Chair of Council, we will request that you embark on some type of investigation to look into that and report to us within a month. On the many policies that members have requested, we'd also like that you furnish us with those policies, and then On the issues of fees, colleagues, you know, that fee has to be paid, VC, before anyone starts learning. And that fee does create a barrier to access to education. And we appreciate your response when we inquired about the protest, and you did respond, and we appreciate that. And I think what becomes essential, even looking into that letter that we did share with honorable members, is being assured of the fact that of what is the nature of interventions or concessions that you'll put in place to ensure that the increment does not have an impact on being a barrier to access to education in the institution. I think that really becomes important, but I think there's a lot of work that the SRC needs to do with the institution in finding each other on that particular, but we would really like to be put into confidence on what interventions the institution is going to put in place to ensure that this increment on the registration does not become a barrier to access to learning. But also, Clara, I don't think you're hearing each other. I'm not sure, but I get a sense that I don't think there's a common understanding, and that therefore that stakeholder engagement that we're saying must sit within 2 weeks is very important. And then also, VC, if things are agreed upon, they must be implemented. If something is a standing agreement of the institution, it must happen. If the SRC is saying that, no, but we've agreed that, okay, those who can't, those who are NSFAS can register as long as they prove that they're NSFAS, it can't be a thing that there must be now a reminder, because then you create unnecessary agitation in the space, in the institution, and I think it kills into the academic program, you know, because now we are busy with protests when we have an academic calendar to start. So I think we really need to just zone into those issues. The alumni of the institution will not look the same, because the more the enrollment numbers increase into a particular trajectory, the alumni will also look a different way. And the way in which they will continue to look will be a true representation of the demographics of South Africa. We cannot regress on the transformation that we have made, on the progress that we have made to make a higher education not a privilege, but a right of every single South African. And so maybe the conversation needs to be, given the type of alumni that we do have now, that probably has Black tax, that probably is the first graduate in their homes, how does this alumni, SRC, now begin to plow back into the institution? The alumni that doesn't have a long-standing inheritance from Ukoko Notamkulu, who stole our land, but an alumni that is really probably the first graduate. So because you are the first graduate and because you have Black tax doesn't mean that you can't plow back. Plowing back does not necessarily only have to be monetary. It can come in the sense of information that we can share in enriching and strengthening our institutions. And colleagues from DH, you know, this is a call that we have to even historically disadvantaged institutions to say, we can't just let go, once we've graduated. We need to be very deliberate and intentional about plowing back into our institutions. I think the institution can also share with us your gendered infrastructural planning, if you have any, gendered responsive budgeting, if you have any. Gendered infrastructural planning will speak directly to what the SRC is calling for, to say we need inclusive buildings. I mean, you have to be deliberate about planning the fact that we want a non-binary society or intersectional society. It is possible. I think many of your graduates, many of your students who are doing engineering or construction can start probing into that type of research and saying, if we're speaking about gendered infrastructural planning in a society that wants to be non-binary and intersectional, what does that look like? And can we start practicing that within our own institutions? So I think those matters are very important. Also, I think we must acknowledge the attempt to lift equity around the discussions on language. You're not holding anyone back. You're being considerate and thoughtful. And I think it's just, it must happen the way that I think the SRC is calling. So I think we'll leave it at that. And yes, we do want to see proportional representation in all spaces of the institution. That is what intersectionality is. That is what representation is. And as far as we can ensure this geographic representation, proportional representation, we must VC. If we must ensure it exists within the senior management of the institution, so be it. If we must ensure that it's there, chair of council within your council, and the role of DHET in their appointments and their deployments to the council, so be it. If we must ensure that the SRC is representational, so be it, including residences. We have to be intentional about transformation and not think that it's going to somehow with a magic wand, nokuthandaza izoyenzeka. It needs to be planned for in order for us to see the socially cohesive South Africa that we want, and that can only happen by starting with microcosms of our communities, such as institutions of higher learning. So having said that, VC, president of the SRC, chair of the institutional forum, leadership of the unions, chair of the council of the institution, that is our view as the committee going forward. We will allow yourselves 5 minutes each to respond, and then everything else that you would not have the opportunity to respond to, we would request that submitted to us in writing within 7 days. So within 7 days, we'd like all the information that you can give us. Within 2 weeks, we would like for you as stakeholders to have met and ironed out the issues that came up in our discussions. And then within a month, we would like a report from council on allegations around sexual harassment in the institution. So let me start with workers, and then I'll go to the IF, and then students, and then to the leadership of the institution. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. We want to start by saying that we appreciate the opportunity to present to you, honorable members. And quickly, just to respond to the issue that was raised around advocacy, we only rely on our structures internally as the unions to do advocacy work. So we would rely on our mass meetings or visits to different campuses to do advocacy work. Unfortunately, we are strained with regards to capacity, and we also have time constraints, but we try to utilize the different platforms that we have within the university, like our bilateral meetings, the bargaining forum, to actually formalize some of the advocacy programs or processes. The demographics, we will make a submission as requested, and we will also provide some information or expand on the issue of how we see retention of staff members at the university. I think, Chair, that is all that was requested from us. We sincerely appreciate this opportunity, and we hope this will be a new era between us and the university, because we always pledge our support and we want to work with all the executive members of the executive management of the university, because we would also want to see our kids studying at the university 10 years from now. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues from the IF?
Chair, thank you very much. I tried as much as possible to summarize all the questions, but I think there's a thread with all the questions that have either been posed to the VC or to the members of the union or to the SRC. As a member of council, I'm obviously an external member, so I will have to defer to my colleagues to assist with the responses. Can I therefore ask to be given an opportunity to then sit with my colleagues and then summarize the answers to all of these questions in writing, if that's okay with the chair? All right, thank you.
Maybe I must say it through the mic, so that I don't know if this meeting is recorded, but that's okay, Chair. Thank you so much. Sorry, SG.
No, thank you, Chair. Apologies, President, just had to go attend to a matter. But basically, just in response to some of the questions that were raised to us, we will, all of the data that was requested of us, we will, to the best of our ability, at least try to collect that data and then submit it as requested. The one thing I did want to speak to is the idea of entrepreneurship. I think it was one of the honorable members who had raised the idea of entrepreneurship. My only concern there is that, first and foremost, obviously, why is it always an expectation of poor and middle class students to try and go above and beyond to access higher education? So why should they have to be students and have entrepreneurs and be entrepreneurial in order to have access to what should be their right? Not that we're discouraging entrepreneurship. Obviously, we would like to see that amongst our student body, but from our perspective, it's not fair to put that expectation on them to be given what other students are given just because they come from middle class and working class backgrounds. But I do note that suggestion. The one question that was raised was about different campuses. How does the SRC basically reach out to different campuses? I mean, we have a quite robust leadership structure. So underneath the SRC, we have faculty houses. Each faculty house effectively represents its faculty, students. And so all of those issues that occur at external OL campuses that are not Hatfield campus are initially raised to the faculty house. And then from there, if the issue is still urgent or if there is still a need for the SRC to step in, the faculty house will notify us. Alternatively, students are more than welcome to contact the SRC directly if they feel like that's the best option. So, I mean, the beauty of the sort of age that we're in is that everybody's connected. The one thing I do want to say is that look, I don't attend Turks, right? I attend the University of Pretoria. There is no such thing in my book, at least, as a Transvaal University College. And so when I say that, I'm being very intentional with where I want to see this institution. I think that the institution has come far, but I do think that that there is a lot more to do. Specifically, I mean, there was made mention of the residence that was known as SONOP. I just want to clarify, from my understanding, that residence was, or at least is no longer residence in the ground, that it was not compliant with transformation goals. And so the second point, and I think Chair had spoken to this, is that absolutely, I mean, it's beyond any question that we want to see representation. We want to see, proper demographic representation of students in every space that students exist. Maybe I'm being controversial by saying that, but I mean, that's the reality of us as student leaders. That is what we want to see. That is the future that we want to see. We want to see, a university that is truly representative of the people of this nation and of this continent. The other thing that I did want to speak to, it's part of the written responses that we'll provide. So thank you, Chair. I do look forward to the deliberations that need to happen from this point onwards, and I really do hope that we can find a way forward. I submit.
Thank you very much, SG, on that submission on behalf of yourself and the President. I'd like to hand over to the VC, and then Chair of Council, you will then conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Again, I would like to thank the committee for according us this engagement. Chair, I'm going to say some things which I hope you don't consider disrespectful, just about the process of our engagement and this way you started. You said perhaps there should have been better coordination between yourselves and ourselves about what was required of us. Let me put this on the record, and I'll be conservative. Of all of the questions that have been asked by honorable members today, I can say 75% we have the answers right now, including the policies we have. I can also point out to you, Chair, that I had a longer presentation, 70 slides, and I told my team, we can't take 70 slides. The committee had been given 1 hour. It took a while for us to understand we have an hour. If I had understood that you will allow me to do 2 hours, I would have done 2 hours to give you all of the details. Chair, why I say that is I don't want the committee to leave the room believing we wanted to deprive it of information as detailed as possible. Not at all. We were prepared to give it letter and detail, and you heard me when I spoke. Where there were problems or challenges, I was not shy to tell you what the problem is. I did say, and I'd like it on record, it's a transforming university. It's not yet a transformed university. And it wants to live up to challenging to South Africa's challenges. I say that in 10-5 slides, you have my slides. So, Chair, just to say that I think it would have helped us and me as the leadership of the team if on the 12th of August, when we were first asked to diarize the meeting as a virtual meeting, we were told everything what was required of us. Chair, here it is, and because I tabulated it yesterday, I will give this to you. Only on 30 August were we asked then to prepare a PowerPoint presentation in a letter which was very specific about what we should present. In fact, I was afraid that today you will attack me for putting things in the presentation that you did not require in the letter. And then also it took us some days further to get to understand that it's 1 hour. And then the meeting was changed to 7 September. It was changed back to 14th. And now it became a sit-down meeting. So, Chair, I mean, but otherwise, I loved the questions from the members. Absolutely, very probing. But I would like to assure all of the members, we have all of the data of the information. Where it doesn't meet your specific needs, I will tell you very honestly, this is lacking and we're going to work on it. In relation to the presentations from other colleagues, I would like to refer honorable members to my conclusion, the last 5 points. We are committed to working with all of the stakeholders to take the university forward. I also want to add the following, because on the record, one must also, in a leadership position myself, be very, very clear. We will all have to sort out, even between the committee and all the stakeholders, factual matters, matters that can be independently verified. That is very, very important, because part of the problem that has arisen in our sector is that often we're factless discussions, absolutely factless discussions. Then opinion becomes, if you like, what is the reality? So I would like very much to appeal to you, Chair, and the Honorable Committee, how we will find mechanisms that verify facts that are independent of what the Vice Chancellor says, independent of what the Chair of Council says, because that's very, very important. Let me explain a little bit why it is important. Many countries in the world today are now suffering because of situations where leadership at all levels has disrespect for facts, disrespect for science, disrespect for knowledge, but are quick on conclusion that are not based on anything. What has resulted in that is forms of institutional capture, forms of state capture, chaos in society, and all of that. I would like to plead, Chair, through you and the Honorable Committee, that we don't go in that direction. So I will write to you, Chair, requesting that you guide us around how are facts going to be independently verified. We will provide you with all of the details, minutes of meetings, all of that, where things have been discussed, what conclusions were reached. And I'd like to end also by saying the following thing. In relation to matters said about me, I can't comment on that. I'll leave it to the investigation. But I fear absolutely no investigation. I put this on the record because, as one member here said, allegation thrown out to you, used willy-nilly without a basis in facts and an independent investigation, are harmful. In fact, for me today, it might be that I should actually not continue in my position, because that is what has been said. How do you hold your authority in that context? But I would defer to the investigations.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Council of the University, we welcome this opportunity to engage with you and your colleagues. We welcome the robustness of the engagement, the rigor, and the penetrating questions that have been raised. I can say without any shade of a doubt that out of all the issues that were raised here, these are matters that we engage with in our normal council meetings. These are matters that we try to make sure, as part of exercising our oversight duties, we want to make sure that we satisfy ourselves that the executives are on top of everything. I'd like to say firstly that we are proud that the University of Pretoria is a well-governed university. It is effectively run and it is efficiently run as well. As a council, we take it as part of our core responsibility to make sure that we instill the ethos of good corporate governance. We've got 4 structures that are subcommittees of council that sweat every detail that needs to be sweat We've got the Human Resources Committee, we've got the Standing Committee of Council, we've got the Audit, Risk and IT Committee, and we've got the Investment Committee as well that looks after our financial strength and sustainability, which has helped us to have the results that we have. So I'd like to reassure colleagues here, there were governance-related questions that were raised that we are very comfortable. I have no sleepless nights on how the university is run and how it's governed. And then secondly, on the issue of policies and codes of conduct that we raised, the Honorable Letia raised that. I can also assure you, Honorable Letia, and the Honorable Mahlatsi, who's gone out, also raised that we've got a menu of policies which we review thoroughly on an annual basis that cover everything from sexual harassment, bullying, GPV, and other forms of harassment, creating a truly inclusive institution that accommodates everyone, that creates a learning environment that is supportive to our students, that is enabling to assist them to achieve their objectives. We also take care of their safety and their well-being. We've got very well-structured programs and initiatives to make sure we do that. Our staff are also very important. We want them to be safe. We want them to feel comfortable. So these are issues that we take seriously, and we welcome your suggestion of a security cluster engagement. We are part of the neighborhood community. We already engage with the SAPS and other stakeholders to make sure that we secure that neighborhood. It's safer to all our stakeholders, staff, students, and others that may not necessarily be part of the community but want to be part of the community. So that is something that is very crucial to us. On stakeholder engagement with our students and our colleagues in the unions, that is something that is so key and so paramount in terms of how we govern the university. As the Honorable Yabo said, sometimes you win some and you lose some. Ultimately, it's about conversation, it's about co-creation, it's about how we put the interests of the University of Pretoria above our sectional interests. We don't have an attitude that as management or as council, we're always right, which is why we engage with them as social partners, as equals. We don't have any superiority complex of any sort. We run a public institution, we have to be accountable to the entire public in South Africa, and dare I say, to the entire world that we are part of as well. So we are very comfortable with how we are engaging. But of course, the processes are not always flawless. There may be weaknesses, as our colleagues from the SRC have highlighted, as our union colleagues have highlighted. We have to look at those flaws and look at ways of perfecting the engagement process. And then lastly, on the allegations that have been made, I can also assure the committee here that we've got very robust processes that ensure that we do a thorough, impartial, and unbiased investigation, and that process is underway, and we will be able to respond and update you accordingly on that. So we've got nothing to really worry about. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, VC and Chair of Council. Thank you so much to the President and SG of the SRC, to the Chair of the IF, who am I leaving out? To workers. Thank you so much. VC, the only way that we can address some of the issues you're talking about is if we talk. We need to have engagement. We have to strengthen our communication so that we don't have misperceptions, so that we don't have allegations that easily fly around, so that we don't have a misrepresentation of facts. It's to communicate. The reason why Honorable Mahlatsi is asking for your presentation with the narration, colleagues from the SRC, in detail, so that we don't misrepresent what you say the issues are. The reason why I would like an elaboration on the policies you have in place so that we're able to account and say, no, yes, there's this particular challenge, but this is what the institution is doing to address that matter. And this is how DHET must come in and then play a supportive role. This is how NSFAS should come in and play a supportive role. So, VC, the only way for us to alleviate some of the concerns that you raise, I think, is to strengthen, well, not only, rather, one of the ways in which we can address or alleviate some of the concerns that you raise is through better communication. Thank you very much for your presentations. We will wait for those follow-up documents in writing as I want to repeat this. So within 7 days, we'd like everything in writing from all stakeholders who owe us answers. Within 10 days, or rather 2 working weeks, we would like for yourselves to have sat and met as stakeholders and ironed out all these issues, VC, so that we don't have a misrepresentation of facts. And then we would then, within a month, Chair of Council, appreciate for you to give us a report on the allegations around sexual harassment at the institution. Thank you so much, colleagues. Our sector has a massive role to play in terms of ensuring that citizens can be active participants of the economy, and we can truly contribute to the self-liberation of our people. We can contribute to addressing the issues around equity and inequality. We can, I don't see VC like yourself. I don't see institutions as solely spaces for, I don't know, like it's like a factory that just generates skills and knowledge and you just pump it out into the community. I see, like yourself, institutions and spaces where we can really harness and inculcate human beings who can make meaningful contributions to our communities, human beings who, after studying engineering, don't want to wear some Louis Vuitton belt and take, more than half of the budget that they've been allocated to build a road or a bridge and use it on, I don't know, their own self interests, but citizens who, when given an opportunity by government to build a bridge, to take children from one side of a river in a village to the other so they can get to school, understand, what impact that has on those young people in those communities. I think your understanding of the role of your institution is there, and you've articulated it in the presentations that you've given us. We just want to make sure that everyone's on board and no one's left behind. And at the end of the tunnel, we are all there together, that no one gets left behind. So I think that's it from our side, VC, and we look forward to working together with yourselves, colleagues, workers, students, colleagues from the IF, colleagues from DHET, in strengthening the sector so that that mandate, that goal that we have is met. Thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end. Quickly to members, we don't have committee on Friday, and we'll take minutes that other week. Thank you so much.
Long live the chair.